Hello? Who are you guys? How'd you get in here? You're in my house. Welcome to my house. Bust down, shorty. Red dot. Gotta do a red dot because that gets people's attention. Maybe some hearts. Maybe some heart emojis. That'll do it. Dying of boredom at work. Good, good. I shall revive you. Good evening, my friends. The tweet has been sent. Please go like, retweet, and respeet. Reskeet. I almost feel like the fact that Twitter added porn to their made porn okay on their website is just like an easy way for them to not have to moderate anything. Like, well, we allow porn, so don't report that at all. Joel, can you give the people some fishing advice? Of course. The trick is to let someone else do it for you. Such as your dad. Mike B with the 5 says, "Sup, big dogs? What up, Mike B? Hello. We got the mod crew. They rolled in. They bussin' up in here. They bussin'. Bussin'. You got to unsubscribe just for adding bussin'? Alright, bro. You're gonna miss out on some bussin' ass bullshit. Well, who's a mischievous dog? Elaine is a mischievous dog. And a member of the Buttersock Cult. Welcome. Everybody say hello to Elaine. She's bussin'. The thing about bussin' is that it correlates very heavily to those who drive buses. So if you can imagine, you're kind of on a magic school bus right now, and we're bussin'. Gabriella Garcia with a 2 says, hey you, how are you? Sup, Toonami? What up? Welcome back to Dragon Ball Z. Twitter is bussin'. Personally, I don't really feel like Twitter's bussin' all that much. Twitter's a 50-50 bussing content. A lot of their stuff is more like pussin', like covered in pus and infected. It's like I think Twitter's like an infection on the internet, slowly just boiling there. What's my favorite Gorillaz song? That's a good one. That's a good question. Back in the day when Gorillaz Demon Days album came out, that was one of my favorite albums, and I loved all of the songs on there. They were really, really, really good. But I remember, that one song about the volcano monkey, like the mountain called Monkey Explodes. That one was pretty sweet. But they all were great, and then Plastic Beach came out, and that was awesome too. I mean, obviously, up on Melancholy Hill is a plastic tree or some shit. I fucking love that song, even though it's like you would think it would be overplayed, but I'm cool with it. Who does my animations and graphics? So this one's done by Robin Mikalsen. He's one of the mods here, and you can click on his name and go to his channel, check out all of his awesome stuff. I always tag him on social media, which if you haven't followed me there, please go do it. At Let's Read Creepy on Twitter, at letsread.official on Instaslam. Have you heard their latest album? I have not, actually. I have not been keeping up with the old Gorillaz. But I hope everybody's doing good tonight. It's subscriber stories tonight, so get stoked for that. If you got one, please be sure to go submit to my subreddit r/letsreadofficial. or submit them to letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. Derek Lauer with the 5. Thank you, Derek. If you have a message to go along with that, Mr. Lauer, please do at me. It's raining and storming here. Ready for scary stories. Perfect timing. Open mic night. Shit. Open mic for me. Come here, you kitty kitty. What's new in the world of Earth? Anybody got anything exciting to discuss? Me personally, not really. The exciting factors in my life include I put up some, my roommate was doing some cleaning, and he had this Easter bunny like light up decoration, and it was so insanely tacky and disgusting that I just had to go put it in the front yard. So now it's nice and lit up out there. If you pass by it, give it a hey. Don't steal it. I was told to give specific instructions for nobody to steal it. Chat dead. Chat has died and passed away. Chat not be bussin'. Chills on Let's Read? Is he here? No face reveal, no. You got a new PR on deadlift. What'd you get, Courtney? Spill the beans. Let's hear it. Always gotta respect a new PR. Tree Flesh. Oh, exciting news. Me and your mom are getting married. Perfect. Perfect. My dad was getting sick of it. It's time to get a stand-in. My two moms. Hopefully you guys both get to tuck me in. Oh shit. Oh my god. Ooh. Fucking Emperor of the Night with the big $100 Dollarino donation says, well, now it's a party. Hell yeah, that's bussin' right there. Thank you, Emperor of the Night. Thank you. It was seriously way too kind, and the big donations take a second to like blow up in my ear there for a second. But holy shit, they always get my twerking booty going. So thank you, good sir. Holy shit, thank you. Welcome. And Mr. Mike B with the 10 says, PM Dawn set adrift. PM Dawn set adrift, lol, old school. Wait. PM Dawn set adrift. Is this a riddle? Or am I'm missing something here? I'm sorry. Rooster with the 5 says Cali vibes with the, what do they call it? The Maori. Are they called Maori, right? We just talked about Easter Island on the last stream. Are they called Maori? Does anyone remember what they're called? Thank you, Rooster. Yeah, these some good Cali vibes. This music. I still have to get up. Everybody's unsubscribing for bussin'. What's wrong with bussin'? It's the new hot word. It's the cool new word. And I'm hip. I'm cool. It's happening. I'm just trying to stay relevant, guys. Come on. Sarcastic Unicorn with the 21 big Canadian maple syrup Dollarinos. This is another live read. Joel, you spoil us. Take all my poutine. Is that how you pronounce it? Poutine? So I'm going to call them Pootang. Pootang beaver tail dollars. And everyone have a beautiful night. Thank you, Unicorn. Thank you. We shall after that. I appreciate it. Holy shizzers. Do your Chills voice. Chili's. Welcome to Chili's. Dude, he should do... Does he have a pretty... What are they called? Moai? The Stoneheads are called Moai? Moai, okay. That's right. I love that the Moai have a... Wait, let's see. How deep do the Moai go? Yeah. Wait, are there moais underneath, like under the water too? Near those islands? Oh wow, they do go very deep. That is nuts. How the hell did they get there, honestly? It does kind of make you wonder. Fidith, 22 with the 2 says the lo-fi beat is dope. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that was done. I don't know, do I have him credited in the description? But a friend of mine who actually helps me remaster the podcast audio, you guys may have heard that, is the one who did these beats, along with the synthwave beats. Thinking about if I did like another, like if I had, you know, commissioned him out to do another soundtrack, what kind of music do you think would be sweet to hear in the background? Didi Cortez with the 10 says, keep us up to date with your drama student project. Also, prow from me, prow from me and the felines. I'll give him a prow right back. What was my? Oh, the drama student project. Oh, is that the one where they like? Yeah, they're gonna be acting out the first story. I was supposed to be getting like a script for that in like a few days, but I don't recall them. Yes, there are. They found them underwater. There's a video on YouTube. Sick. That's sweet. I love that, man. Pre-flood, about 10K to 12,000 years ago. Yeah, it seems like a lot of cultures have the flood story in it, you know, not just the sort of Judeo-Christian, I guess, Torah Bible mashup. I do. I watch Brittany Venti from time to time. I haven't watched her in a long time. Brittany's funny. I remember I don't know how long ago, it was maybe a month ago, I kind of like saw her on Twitter, so I was like, oh, what's her videos up to? And then she had like a pretty like normal video where she wasn't really playing like a character, like she was just kind of like a chill, nice person. And she, you know, she seemed like a nice person in general, but just always seemed to kind of play like a bit of an edgy character. But this one, it seemed like she was just being honest and real, and it was a nice change up, and it made me realize, oh, she's just a nice lady like the rest of them. Is Pradeep a water cat, or does he fear the liquid? He has certain patterns I notice where whenever I'm like maybe in the bathroom washing my face or something, he will definitely like go over to the faucet and like kind of like put his head to like lick the water as it comes down. Who runs the media? I run the media. I run this media right here. This is the only media you need. Get all your information right here. Why in your Spotify compilations you change your mic? I don't know. That is the remastering. Though he did remaster it in a fashion that was like the first time he remastered it, it kind of sounded quite a bit different. But then this time around, he said he was still trying to maintain like the stereo audio, but time to become the burrito you were meant to be. Yes, wrap yourself up nice and tight, ladies and gents. We going in. Almost 280. Yes, guys. Please, yeah, click the like button if you haven't already. Share this out on InstaSlam, Twitter, Facebook, wherever your grandma's online. Do another Ghost Stories compilation. I think there's a ghost one in this one, but yeah, I haven't done that as much. You're gay. Thanks, dude. Jericho with the 5 says, keep making more videos. You're amazing. Thank you, Jericho. Thank you. Just found your channel. Really enjoy the stories. A nice community guy here. Also, first time I've heard your normal voice. Yeah, this is... Try to keep it relatively close, but where do you get your music from? Yeah, so same thing. The guy that does the podcast remastering does the music for here as well. Telegram? What's Telegram? Do you watch a lot? Or watch AOT, Attack on Titan. I watched Attack on Titan like for the first like 3 episodes. And then whenever it like got away from, you know, Titans biting people's heads off and try to like get me into the characters. And I don't know. I'm not very good at watching stuff unless I have people to watch it with, you know what I mean? And I just kind of get bored, like, because I feel like I've seen everything, you know what I mean? Like, I've kind of become jaded towards media, and I feel that, like, I need people. Like, I remember I watched, like, 3 seasons of Game of Thrones with my friends, and then as soon as we moved out and went different directions, I just stopped watching because I didn't really have, like, that. You know, you kind of need that feedback. I'm not like a huge talker during movies or stuff, but I can be, and I feel like she's an adopted little sister. What does that mean? Is that like a sorority thing? Dude, Corpse likes your videos Among Us game or a song with him. I don't know what that was. That a sentence? I couldn't understand what you're asking. Joel, what about the Promised Neverland? Is that a show? I've never seen it. You're waiting for season 4 to end for Attack on Titan. Yeah, wait, Shik, what was the one anime I sent you? Something, I don't even know. I sent you the trailer for it. You said you might be interested in watching that one, but I don't know. I really would. I feel like I'm more inclined to watch movies just because they kind of like get through the story much faster. Am I a fan of Yoshi? Rosso! I love Yoshi. Wow, wow, wow. You got your water? You ready to rock and roll? Long time no see. Silent Sniper 19. Ben. Long time. Do a southern accent. Just depends on where you're from, you know? Honestly, like, southern accents, like, they're a lot more subtle than they always make it out to be, you know what I mean? Like, you meet people from down south, they might have a little bit of a thing there, but you can't really always tell all the time, you know what I mean? I almost feel like people here in like rural Pennsylvania have more of a southern accent than like I've met in the South. Have I been to Wisconsin? I have not, no. Does Pradeep have an OnlyFans? He does. He's got over 10 trillion subscribers, to check out his hairy butthole. What's it called? From the New World. Have you guys seen that? That's the anime you're talking about. Oh, okay. Have you guys seen the anime From the New World? Pradeep's picture looks like my cat. What? Yeah, I know. I feel like black cats. Like, I'll see pictures of black cats and be like, Pradeep? But then there's, like, little nuances to their face that are, draw an Irish accent. Irish just always pronounce their THs as T, like, just with a T. But for sure, pronounce their, I don't know, what would be like, sometimes I throw those things over the wall, and I'm into parkour. I have no fucking clue. Everything's a little bit, like, I don't know, people's accents, I feel like, kind of, like, the really, really excessive ones you can pick up on, but some people, I guess maybe it's more of the YouTubers I might absorb are not quite as, like, in your face with their accents, but they might be from the area. Try South African is almost like a weird mixture of, like, I can't even, like, think of someone from South Africa to do their accent, to be honest. Joel is not 40, no, right, incorrect. Do a hand reveal. Maybe toes, definitely toes at some point. La 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 with the 5 Canadian says hi, hello. Oh, and we have reached the end of the 20 minutes. Scotland, Scots, like, there seems to be like a lot lure. Nah, maybe that. Honestly, I don't fucking know. I suck at accents. I feel like I'd really have to like practice. But sometimes you kind of like pick up on little things, like in our chat, in the Discord, we have somebody from Ireland, and as I'm listening to her speak over time, I start to kind of pick up on little things that she says, and it's hard not to, you know, emulate the intonation of her voice. Yarrow with a 5 says, hi Joe, hope you were well. Juniper and I love your work and we love you. Thank you for doing what you do. You're welcome, Yarrow. Thank you. Give Juniper a big smoochie for me. And take her on the longest hike of all time. Scottish accent just sounds drunk. It does a bit. Oh yeah, join the Discord, guys, if you feel so inclined. I don't know why, I always like, we'll be in like voice chat and people come in and like just mute themselves to come in the voice chat and just sit in there like just lurking, and it's no big deal. It's just like really awkward. I'm like, is this person gonna, you know, because it's like you know, even though I'm like, I do YouTube and shit, I'm still like a normal person, you know, obviously, as you can tell from my ramblings here. And it's just like, when people come in to just kind of like listen but don't say anything, that's totally fine. I get like the concept of like catching a vibe, maybe like getting an idea of like the audience or whatever you're working with, but at the same time, it's just I need to like, it's like being around a campfire with like 6 people you're camping out with, and all of a sudden somebody in like a black robe shows up and sits down in one of the chairs, and you're like, who the fuck is that? Who is that guy? Pradeep, can you eat someone's soul? I can't stop you. You ate mine a long time ago. Need to expose you. I'm sorry. No, I don't mean that in a rude way. I want more friends. That's what I want. I want more friends. All right, guys, we're gonna kick this off. Hopefully my DJing skills can transition. I'm going to read to you. I'm going to read to you. Which was kind of perfect timing with that song. 355 people in the chat. Welcome, welcome everybody. Thanks again for being here. Click the like button. Click the share button. Click my belly button. Just click everything. Oh yeah, Fry linked the Discord there for you. All right, so we got 10 stories here tonight. Let me know if you hear yours. Also, if you ever submit a story to the subreddit, I don't know how. Does anyone know how to change this? Where like, some people, instead of like doing a paragraph button, they click the space button 5 times. Which is fine, you know, it's usually like a normal thing to do. Oh shit. 1 second. Our moderators are bad. It's normally like, you can do space 5 times, and then it will like look as if though it's like, you know, you're clicking the return button to do a new paragraph or whatever, like, or like the tab button, you know. But for whatever reason, when you do the 5 spaces, the Reddit formatting is so stupid, where like it creates like a text window within the text window. So it just like creates this really awkward thing. So sometimes like when I pick a story, I have to like reformat it, and it's very like difficult visually. You joining the Discord? Nice. Yeah, and I also, like, whenever new people join the Discord, like, there always seems to be sort of, like, what people tend to do is kind of catch a vibe on what things are like in, like, the memes and the general chat and all that kind of stuff. And, I got rid of the politics thing because I felt like, initially I put in there just because people seem to sort of interject their politics anywhere you go, you know what I mean? Especially in the past 4 years, that's how it was. But I felt it was pretty divisive, so got rid of that, and everybody seems to be happier, so that's cool. So there's less of that type of, like, silly infighting stuff. But then everybody usually chit-chats in general chat, catches a vibe, becomes friends, and then I think they kind of graduate over time to VC. But you do whatever you want. I don't care. If you just want to come into the Discord and steal memes or post some dank memes, that to me is a greater contribution to the earth than really anything. Alex Hatch with the 5 says, I'm a huge fan and love listening. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. What are my thoughts on British people? I remember British people, every time I hear them talk, like, they're very articulate about expressing themselves. They're very good at calling people out on bullshit articulately, very, very quickly. You know what I mean? Like, they're very quick to call out, like, hypocrisy of someone's, like, if they're trying to make a point, or if they have a stance that they're standing on, or just some sort of, like, being an ass. Like, they have such a way of, like, an intelligent way of making fun of someone. It's very funny. That I admire, and I wish I kind of, like, had that level of, like, wit. But at the same time, just brush your teeth. No, I'm just kidding. JK Rowling, dude. Oh yeah, there's no the mods will link the British people. Venus Flytrap with the 10 says, when we gonna game, Joel? Also, I hope everyone is having a good night. Pretty kiss for me. Is he here? He's not even in the room. He'll start freaking out here eventually. Wait, what game do you want to play, Venus? I'm down to play. What do you think about deer people? Deer people need to start wearing orange in the woods. It's dangerous. It was 2011, and I was fresh out of the Navy. I had decided to move back home to the family farm with my folks in Michigan until I could get established on my own. However, this was right after the market crash of 2008, and it took longer than anticipated to get back on my feet, so I ended up living with them for a while longer than originally planned. And my mother had grown accustomed to having me around to help with mowing the lawn, raking leaves, and shoveling snow, so she specifically asked me to stay and help, and so I agreed. Unfortunately, the farmhouse my parents own, and had been in the family for generations, burned down, and so they moved into town and were renting. They found a nice house for a reasonable amount and signed a lease. I initially moved with them, but now that there was no more farm to take care of, I started looking for a new place to live. My mother again insisted on me staying with them, and after discussing it with my significant other, it was decided that I would stay with the folks in order to save up money for the future. After living in the same house for a few years, we found out that the owner had mortgaged the house to heaven and back, and sorry, I've never heard that phrase before. Kind of confused me. Mortgage the house to heaven and back. Do I do vocal exercises before recording? I don't. I drink a little bit of tea. That seems to help, but usually I just kind of roll into it. Am I really reading live? I'm not so sure. It's unprovable. I've been pretending to read comments this entire time. That'd be a funny thing to do. Like, just do I don't know, people are typing stuff into chat, and I'm just like ignoring all of it, and ignoring the donations too, but just like pretending like I'm like, hey, thanks for the $1 trillion donation. Speaking of market crash, after 1 year, you're officially employed. Well, congratulations. Welcome back to the working ranks, I guess. That's awesome. What time is it? It is midnight here. Alright. After living in the same house for a few years, we found out that the owner had mortgaged the house to heaven and back, and it was being foreclosed on. Me and the folks found yet another house and lived there until the owner decided he wanted to retire from being a landlord and so sold it off, meaning no renewed lease, and therefore they had to find a new place to live again. We ended up stuck in a little house in a bad neighborhood, which had no front porch light. I was again considering leaving for a more stable living condition, but at this point my long-term girlfriend had become my fiancée, and I really needed to save up money for our future wedding, and so I stayed. Several things happened around that little house on the bad street that eventually scared my parents into buying a new house. Some of these events were just the result of living in a bad neighborhood. For example, there was a house down the street that the cops raided a few times in the year we lived on that street because they were running a brothel out of the house. A church on the street got broken into and robbed more than once. A house got burned down by an arsonist. A woman was dragged out of her home by the sheriff after the homeowner reported her for lack of rental payments. A guy across the street was being arrested almost weekly for domestic violence. Another up the street got raided a couple of times for selling drugs. Another had all of its windows covered up with Confederate flags and liked to follow people down the street preaching how we could solve all of society's problems if we just started. Oh, jeez. That one's a little much. God. That's awkward. Would go on about moral decay of America, started letting people out of jobs and blah, blah, blah. A lot of them really super messed up and offensive stuff, and he wasn't already charming enough. The guy eventually got arrested for trying to sell his own home brews, moonshine, meth to a bunch of kids. Okay. Another had all of his windows covered up with Confederate flags and liked following people down the street, preaching all sorts of terrible things that were incredibly offensive that I can't even repeat here. Just a lot of super messed up stuff. And God damn it. And if he wasn't already charming enough, the guy eventually got arrested after trying to sell his own home brews, moonshine, and meth to a bunch of kids. All sorts of other crazy and drama. Crazy Andromeda system. 666 online members in the Discord right now? Oh my god. It was meant to be. All sorts of other crazy drama on that street. But none of those things are really what convinced my parents to buy a new place and move. The following are those events. Shortly after moving into the new place, my parents went out to spend time with friends one night, and I was at home talking with my fiancée over Skype as she was in Ireland at the time. It was a warm summer's evening in early September, and the little house had no air conditioning, so I had the front door open to let air in through the screen door and my bedroom door open so I wasn't roasting alive. From where I was sitting at my PC in my bedroom, I had a straight shot view out my bedroom door to the front door. As my fiancée and I talked, I heard what sounded like the latch to the front screen door. I looked toward the door but saw nothing. Assuming it was the rind. Do I play any instruments? I do not. I tried, but I never had like the discipline to kind of like follow through, and I never had like any formal training to really. Oh, well, the Confederate flag part, like that also like mentions, they had like Nazi, like the swastika flags up or whatever, like the Third Reich flags, and then it also said about some really like hate crime stuff, you know what I mean? So like I'm like, obviously that person sucks, but like I can't really, I just get afraid to say things that are like too much. I can say them on stream because it's just like the stream's not monetized outside of like donations or whatever, but like the videos themselves, whenever they go through the processing thing on YouTube's end, those are a bunch of like, buzzwords and stuff that probably shouldn't be repeated on the channel, you know what I mean? So it just kind of like gets, you know what I mean? It's, you get the, I feel like I kind of conveyed the idea of who the character of that person was without going into like the details, you know what I mean? Yeah, also, I don't really want to talk about politics during the stream. It's just, there's no point to it, you know what I mean? If there's anything I learned from like the past 4 years is that like politics is such a, I mean, that's why you go into a bar, they say don't talk about religion or politics. Religion, I feel like, has a little bit more room as long as you have some tact to it, but like lately it just, I don't really feel like people are mature enough to discuss politics for the most part, and a lot of politics get boiled down into like just superficial memes, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's not even really worth discussing. So if we could just avoid politics for the most part, I think everyone would just be happier, you know what I mean, that way. Like, you know what I mean. You get the idea. You've been through this bullshit fucking already. Assuming it was the wind rattling the screen door, I continued my conversation. Then I heard it again, and I watched the door for a moment to see if I could see the branches of the trees or the leaves blowing and swaying in the wind. There was no wind, so when I heard the latch jiggling a third time, I got up and went to investigate. And as I walked outside, there was a man walking off the side of the front porch and away from the house. I called after him, asking if there was something he needed, but he ignored me completely. As this was happening, my parents were arriving home and saw the man crossing our driveway at an angle that made it obvious that he had been on our porch, with me standing on the porch calling after him. He walked into the neighbor's house and disappeared from sight. My dad turned to me and asked, "What's happening? What did that guy want?" I proceeded to tell him how I had kept hearing the latch on the screen door, and when I attempted to investigate, I found this guy on our porch and bailing as quickly as possible. And when I asked what he needed, he just ignored me and ran off. My dad then walked over to the neighbors to ask about this odd behavior. He wouldn't come to the door at first, but when he finally did, he claimed he was just looking to bum some cigarettes. My dad handed him a few, then asked why he hadn't just knocked, and if he needed cigarettes, why had he run when asked what he wanted? I should note here that my dad had accidentally left an almost full pack on his porch chair and it hadn't been. My dad then found himself talking to... Wait, did I miss that? Yeah, sorry. So naturally... Wait. He left a full pack. A full pack. Alien air is pure. Where'd he get alien air from? Mars? Mars? You don't talk about sports anymore? I always find like the obsession with... I mean, I get it. Sports are interesting and they're fun to watch. I mean, people kind of like getting their body to, peak physical discipline. Like, I love watching like just the absolute freak athletes in the NFL. That's like one of my favorite things to watch. Just when I'm like, if I'm not watching like streams, like video game streams, I'll just like during the season I'll watch like NFL stuff, highlights, because it's just fun. Like Derrick Henry for the Tennessee Titans, 6'4", 240 pounds of just straight up muscle, and he's fast as shit too, you know what I mean, and strong as fuck, and he just, his stiff arm, he just like puts people on their ass, and I love watching that, you know what I mean. But like the people who get so into their sports that it becomes like gang culture, you know what I mean, where like you feel as if though the other people have betrayed you or like not on your side or something. I'm just like, that's like the most immature, that's like more immature than like the political spectrum, you know what I mean? Because it's like within the political spectrum, you're also like on the same side, you know, even if you might not perceive it as such, you're still like, you're in the same country, you know what I mean? You're working towards hopefully similar goals, but I don't know, it's like seeing sports, which is just literally just straight up entertainment. There's no power, no money involved outside of like sports betting, but people are like, I don't know, they get so caught up in it that they like, but you go to Philly, I remember going to Philly, like if you were like people talking about if you were a, because like within Philly, like the division is Philly, the Giants, Cowboys, and the Washington football team, and like. If you go there and you're not from Philly or whatever, like, and you potentially have a sticker from somewhere else, like someone will put a fucking like brick through your car, and I'm just like, what kind of like grown children do this stupid shit? You know what I mean? You like to fart into basketballs? That's good. Can you inflate them like that? Yeah. Anyways. Philly gets silly with the sports. Yeah, it's just makes no sense. I should note here that my dad had accidentally left an almost full pack on his porch chair and it hadn't been bothered. So naturally we didn't believe him, and instead of answering my dad's questions, he just ran off into the house somewhere. My dad then found himself talking to an older couple and found out through the old couple that owned shit. Found out through that they owned. Okay. My dad then found himself talking to an older couple and found out through the old couple that they owned the house next door, and that the weird guy was their son who'd just gotten out of prison for theft-related crimes. He got caught about 6 weeks later breaking into another neighbor's house. The homeowner called the cops and he was found to have violated his parole and was sent back to jail. But that's not the end of the story. Shortly after the man next door tried to sneak into the house, while I was still there, we started having an issue where someone had tried to get back into the back door. Sorry guys, I feel like there's like just minor grammatical aspects to this that are confusing my brain. And the God of Pez says, I'm tired of my fiance at Coco the Monkey falling in love with your voice. You're ruining a good thing by being great, you beautiful bearded man. Thank you. Hey, there's enough love to go around for both. Let us unite you. And Albert, is it M-I or M-J? Or is that an explanation point? What if yo, what's up? What is up, Albert? Thank you. We bussin'. Does Philly have a jail in the stadium? I would not be surprised. People probably get, I mean, that's the one bad thing too about sports events and like selling alcohol there too is I mean, even though you would imagine it's just like piss water beer, they find out a way to drink enough. And I feel like getting a beer too, since it's such a crowded place, would be very difficult. You would have to buy the entire like vendor guy's stock, or maybe get a keg. Joel, tell Pradeep now. Pradeep, be a good boy. Shortly after the man next door tried to sneak into the house while I was still there, we started having an issue where someone had tried to get into the back door. We come home from grocery shopping or something, and the back gate would be open and the screen door on the back door would be swinging in the breeze. This went on for a while until one day we came home, found the back gate open again, and we went... God, I'm like fucking up. And when we went to close the back screen... And when we went to close the black... Fuck, dude, I literally cannot read. Jesus Christ. It's like not even a tongue twister. I just read stories. That's what I'm doing, my homie. This went for a while until one day we came home, found the back gate open again, and when we went to close the back screen door, there were tool marks on the door jamb, like someone had tried jimmying the back door. We found a small pry bar in the tall grass next to the back porch, and we realized that the only reason to leave it there was as if the culprit had dropped it while running away as quickly as possible. Say, for example, if he needed to beat a hasty retreat over the back fence as the residents pulled up. At this point, my dad had had enough of this guy who had been next door, whoever was trying to get in through the back door, and he had some concerns about the creepy and likely Oh, sorry. I just feel like this is not a badly written story. I just like there's like certain parts that just like fuck me up and I get confused. Read harder. Read harder. You can say bussin' serves, slang and dope. That ish bussin', that's some good stuff. They bussin' hard on him. They're intensely picking on him. They bussin' on her tonight sexually. Good, I'm glad it's a very, that word has a lot of utility. I'm glad to hear that. At this point, my dad had had enough of the guy who had been next door, whoever was trying to get in through the back door, and he had some concerns about the creepy and likely crazy neo-Nazi down the street, and so he decided some cameras would be useful and started to price things. He ended up getting some trail cams. Trail cams? Yeah, let's read, can't read. I don't know. I just, like, sometimes, like, especially if the story, because this story is kind of, like, dragging on, trying to get to the point, so it's, like, and then my brain gets pulled over to the chat, and if I can't find a fucking, like, rhythm, I just start to, like, I'm like, oh my fucking god. Like, my brain is just somewhere else. Like, I don't mind, like, I love doing this, like, you know what I mean, but, like, sometimes the stories are so repetitive, or, like, such slow burns, like, and that my mind, almost, I feel more, like, interested in just chatting with you guys than actually reading stories. Press the Alt-Control-Delete button, reset. D-Shore with a 7. Thank you, D-Shore. Scary Minecraft stories. Thank you for the Easter stories. I wanted some. You're welcome. My energy is low. I know. I'm sorry. I don't know where to derive it from. Sometimes it's the stories. Sometimes it's like what you guys say. Joel has ADHD. I don't think I do. I feel like if I actually had ADHD, I wouldn't be able to get anything done. But I do get stuff done. I fucking, you know, I take poops and pees, and I remember to wipe. Can we do a chat-only stream one day? What does that mean? Oh, like where I just chat and no stories. Do I have socials? I do, yeah. Twitter, at Let's Read Creepy, and Instagram, at letsread.official. I also have a TikTok, but I haven't really like started going on that, putting stuff on there. Jada channel with the 5. Thank you, Jada. Don't you really hate when something goes wrong at work? I guess so. I haven't experienced that in a while. I guess this is kind of my work. Give that like button the beat down. He ended up getting some trail cams that could be plugged in to recharge, were motion activated as trail cams usually are, and could be easily mounted. He put one up facing backward. Sorry, I just fucking can't. I don't even know. I just want the story to get to the fucking point. He put one facing toward the back door where the camera could see through the window in the back door, and he mounted the other where it could see out the front door. These cameras were about to prove that they were worth it. We'd been in the place a few months now, and it was early March, and we had a snow overnight. I awoke to find 4 inches of the driveway, so I shoveled the snow out of the driveway real quick before heading off to work. My dad woke up about an hour later and also left for work, leaving my mother home alone. According to her, sometime during mid-morning, she was surprised by a knock at the door, and when she answered it, there was a man there, stocky, around 5'7", with a goatee offering snow removal services. My mother looked at the driveway and found it devoid of snow. When she looked back at the guy, he looked like he was trying to peer around her into the house. She shut him down, telling him that she clearly didn't need snow removal, and closed the door on his face. As she did, she heard him kick the screen door as if though he was attempting to put his foot in the door, as he insisted that he could do snow removal for just a nominal fee. She ignored him, and he eventually wandered off. She told me and my dad about it later, but there just wasn't much to the story. Some idiot offered snow removal to people who don't need it. Not exactly the amity? Is what the fuck? Amityville? Is amity? Amityville. I can't fucking pronounce this shit. Amityville horror? Well, we don't sexualize the host. You know, at this point, I am so desensitized towards it that you guys do your thing. No worries. How the fuck do I read this? Does anybody know how to pronounce Amityville? Is it Amityville? I don't fucking know. But hold on, sorry, I just gotta get this right because it's not on Forvo, which is like usually has everything. Here we go. Let's go. Amityville? Oh, it's just straight up Amityville? I thought it was Amity. Wait, what the fuck? Sorry, dudes. Joel, you want, or Pradeep, you want eyeballs? You have eyeballs, dude. You got glowing ones. Amityville. Sorry. Oh, Amityville? Amity? Amityville? Is it Amityville? What the fuck? You know what sucks about movies, like movie trailers anymore? They don't have like any like movie, Amityville. Amityville. La 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 with the 5 Canadians says, how fast can Let's read? This is the ultimate question. I can read pretty fast if I wasn't worried about messing up. Like, I'm much better. Like, if I didn't have to record these, I wouldn't have to stop every 3 seconds. And I know that kind of like pisses some people off, but hopefully you can, obviously everybody knows that you can just listen to these stories when I get them edited tomorrow or on Patreon or wherever. Amityville? What the fuck? Amityville. Whatever. No one cares. Amityville Horror. Not exactly the Amityville Horror, so we kind of just brushed it off. A few weeks later, in early April, my parents went on a cruise for my mother's birthday, leaving me alone in the house. I had been in the house alone for a few days when some guy showed up at around 8:30 p.m., pitch black night outside, saying he was from the gas company that provided our gas company with natural gas, and he didn't need to... Dude, I just feel like everything's a fucking tongue twister. Jesus Christ. Brittany Nicole with a 5. Thank you. Thank you, Brittany. Gang, join the Discord gang. Have I ever done a spelling bee? I never have. I don't know how those guys do it. Like, how can you be prepared for every fucking word ever? Chicky meatball. Alright. What's my other thoughts on Ohio? I saw a funny meme where it was like the Ohio starting Pokemon, and it was like a possum, raccoon, and a skunk. You know, it's just, it was really funny. I had been in the house. Jesus Christ. I had been in the house alone for a few days when some guy showed up at around 8:30 p.m., pitch black night outside, saying he was from the gas company that provided our gas company with natural gas, and he needed to come in and see our gas bills to make sure we were not being overcharged. I was immediately wary of the man as he matched the description my mother had given me about the snow removal guy a month earlier, and it was 8:30 p.m. The gas company closed at 5. It was possible people would be doing overtime, but for 3.5 hours after closing, going door to door in the cold Michigan spring, it seemed unlikely. He was wearing an ID on a landlord. Jesus. Chicken curry. Chicken curry is so good, dude. It's like one of my favorite dishes. Joel, just say real tongue twister. Tongue twister, tongue twister, tongue twister. Blah, 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 blah. Wait, where's the lanyard comment? Okay. He was wearing an ID on a lanyard around his neck, but he kept his hands over the actual ID, and he flashed it at me so fast that I couldn't really see it. To be honest, what I did see looked like the back of a Topps baseball card with the player's stats. Then he actually tried to push past me into the house, but I put my hand on his shoulder and pushed him back, while telling him no at the same time. He insisted that he was just making sure we weren't being cheated, and then pointed to the only other house on the street with no front porch light and said that they'd just come over there and that they managed to cut over 10% off their gas bills. I cut him off and told him that not only was it late, but it did not go over my head that his best and only example of his work was the only other poorly lit house with no front porch light, that I found it very suspicious that he actually expected me to just show him private financial information on the gas bill, nor did I believe the gas company would have people out so late. I told him he needed to leave, and he responded by trying to push past me again telling me it was fine and that he was just there to help. I pushed him back again, more aggressively this time, and almost pushed him backward off the porch firmly, telling him no, I wasn't going to show him anything, and that he needed to leave. I told him that it was not okay that he'd repeatedly tried to enter the house without permission, nor was it fine that he repeatedly demanded to see private financial information. Then I looked him in the eyes and as confidently as possible told him that this intrusion felt more to me like he was casing the house for burglary, and I would be calling the cops immediately after closing the door. And then I warned him that I was former military, and that I had a firearm, and if I saw him around my house again, that I absolutely would shoot him. Now, I'm not a psycho. I had no real want to shoot anybody, but I needed him to know that I had the means, capability, and willingness to defend myself in the home if necessary. He slowly walked off the porch as I closed the door, and he started down the street. I watched him through the windows walk right past all the well-lit houses of my neighbors. As he walked away, it occurred to me that there should be some sort of company vehicle. If he really was from the gas company, as he claimed, there should be some sort of service truck or company car with a logo or rental tags. So I went out into the front. Ugh, I kind of choked on my spit. Sorry. Gotta Pez with the 5 says, Gotta, going to try to fall asleep. This tip is for Pradeep for some catnip. Amityville. That's what's weird, is you would think there's an N, an N, or an A-M-N, amity, but the way that they spelled it was Amity, or Amity, yeah, Amity. I don't know. I'll break my phone if you do not comply. I'm sorry. You better snap that thing now, because I think I missed it. But thank you for the 5. Get some rest, my friend. Cody V with the 5 says, You reminded me of the Babe. What Babe? Fave Bowie song? Also, let me hear your fave rap verse that you know by heart. I think I sang it last time on stream without even realizing it. It was way back with the red and black lumberjack and the hat to match. I don't know why that one sticks with me, but I'm sure you guys know who that is. What do I think of metalcore? I honestly can't think of any examples of metalcore. If it's just the ones where it's where it's just noise, I don't mind it. I really like metal, but I almost feel if there's absolutely no melody involved at all, it's within the guitar riffs. IDK. Choke me like you hate me. Pradeep is canceled. I don't know. Can a cat be canceled? The uncancelable cat. Say that 5 times. You can't cancel the cat. Oh yeah, also I wanted to say that years ago when we kind of first moved in here, a very similar situation happened where this guy, he looks shady as fuck, like fucked up teeth, pretty young, patchy beard, literally a trench coat on. He asked to come in our house because he wanted to discuss our gas bill, which at the time was paid indirectly through the landlord, right? And it was kind of one of those special event weekends, so people were back in town, and so there was quite a few people in the house, and I just remember 4 or 5 of us, pretty big guys, were just not surrounding, but I let him in the house, and then he just has to. I feel he almost was just good. He could have been legit, but I feel he was. We were just 5 of us, big dudes, just all over 200 pounds, surrounding him as he tried to give a spiel about undercutting the gas company, which for the most part around here apparently has a monopoly on everybody's gas, So But then we called the cops after that because it was really awkward, you know. And I almost feel like that must be like a thing that people do, is maybe to case your house or whatever he had planned. Maybe he wanted to make out or something. Who knows? Yeah, I should have sucked Pradeep on him. Pradeep probably was under the bed hiding like a little pussy. So I went out onto the front porch and looked up and down the street to find no one. There was neither. However, as I looked back toward him, he was signaling at someone who came from behind some bushes on a side street near the house, literally less than 10 yards away. The guy was taller and skinnier than his friend, like sickly and frail skinny, but somehow he still had an aura of danger about him. The first guy made me feel slightly uneasy, but this guy made me feel chilled to the core. And he wore an oversized hooded sweater. Hooded sweater. He wore an oversized hooded sweater. 5 foot gang. Yeah, I'm like 5'10", baby. Let's go. Unfortunately, I'm not 6 foot, so I'm not dateable. As you know, there's very strict stipulations that you have to be 6 foot to be dateable. Every girl knows this. Every girl believes it. Them's the rules. No reproducing on the planet allowed. If you were born, at some point, your dad was 6 foot at least, or 8'4". I am just undateable. Weston's 5'11" and 3/8. Undateable. Silent Sniper 5'11", undateable. Ella, 12 feet 7, dateable. Very dateable. Almost double dateable. Like you could date two people at once. And he wore an oversized hooded sweater that, in the darkness, completely hid his facial features, giving him the look like the Grim Reaper. He kept pointing at the house, and his body language kept getting more and more forceful. I could tell he wanted to come back to the house for whatever reason, but the first guy didn't, and I couldn't help but wonder what their plan was that the accomplice wanted so much to complete. What would have happened if I had actually let this guy into the house? At this point, I followed through with my promise and pulled out my cell phone and called the police non-emergency line and reported him. I was on the phone with the officer taking my statement when the fake gas guy and his friend turned and started pointing at the house. That's when they realized that I was still watching them from the porch, and the first guy began to run off down the street. However, his accomplice just stood and looked in my direction as I spoke to the officer. I don't know how I know this, as I couldn't see his face with that giant hood up in the dark of night, but I could tell that he was staring at me, and as I watched him I realized I couldn't look away from him. I felt like I had just entered a battle of wills, and if I looked away, it would end badly for me, so I just stood there and watched him with chills dancing up and down my spine. After what felt like a small eternity, but what had to have been only several seconds of this staring contest, he looked away slowly and nonchalantly made his way down the street to catch up with the fake gas guy. I realized I'd only been holding my breath and let out a long sigh. The officer was asking me if I was still in the line, and it occurred to me that I had just dropped off mid-conversation with the person on the other end. My knees felt weak, and I needed to sit down, so I went inside and locked the door. The police promised to send a patrolman around to take a look for anything suspicious, and told me to call back if they came back. I hung up the phone and I lit my rifle. Was there ever a time where, guns were kind of like cannons, like old school cannons where you had to, light the fuse? You know what I mean? Actually, light a fuse on the top and, wait for your gun to shoot. That would be interesting. My voice reminds you of Terry TV. What's he do? Shout out to Wiz Khalifqa. Your mom is 5'4", you're 5'8", she balances you out. Don't ever play leapfrog with a unicorn, this is very true. Mini cannons. I hung up the phone and loaded my rifle. I was alone, in a bad neighborhood, with a couple of random guys casing the house, one of which was clearly not right in the head. I felt the rifle was appropriate, but I prayed I had scared the guys off so it wouldn't be necessary. I felt the rifle was appropriate, but I prayed I had scared the guys off so it wouldn't be necessary. I went to bed with the rifle on my desk, ready to go just in case. And I was woken up from a fitful sleep by my phone a couple of hours later. The patrolman had caught the guys pulling the same shtick at another house with no porch light down the street. The creepy one was hiding around the corner of the house when the patrol car pulled up. I had to go in the next day to confirm that they were the same people. While I never got a clear look at the accomplice's face, I was able to identify the person who knocked on my door. I read up on them in the paper a little while later. Apparently they were looking for victims to rob, or so they claimed. The accomplice apparently had several large knives on him when he was arrested, hidden under his giant hoodie, leading police to believe that he, at least, had other plans than just burglary. When confronted with these questions, they took plea deals in exchange for confessions. The one with the knives got his parole revoked and found himself back in jail with an extra couple of years tacked onto his original sentence. The door knocker got 30 days in the county jail, 100 days community service, $1,000 fine, and 1 year probation. When my parents got back from their cruise, I told them what happened, and my mother rushed over to the trail cams. She found early March and the pictures of the snow removal guy, and they went to the day in question and found pictures of the gas company guy. They were the same guy. Near as we can figure, because my dad and I worked long hours and were typically gone most of the day. The only person they'd ever seen leaving and entering the house was my mother, who was a tiny old lady, and so they assumed she lived alone. Fuck. Guys can be short. It's a height. No, it's I'm just kidding about the 6 foot thing. Honestly, height, like, if you vibe with someone, like, I get it, like, I guess it's kind of rude, you know what I mean, like, have you ever seen, like, online dating and stuff, like, whenever girls say, like, if you're under thick foot, like, that's a very rude thing to say, you know what I mean, like, obviously, I don't think any, you know what I mean, like, it would be gravely offensive to somebody else to, like, make some stipulation about your physical appearances, like, you know what I mean, like, I feel like you can just, I don't know, it's also, like, a really strange situation, like, what, you wouldn't, if you met someone who was 5'11" and they were, like, your soulmate, you're like, sorry, you're not quite where I want you, so you can dunk a basketball on me or some shit. No matter the height, you looking alright, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like girls' profiles, and I'm not saying guys' profiles are that much more exciting, because a lot of them I don't even think guys really write all that much. But like girls' profiles are like terroristic demands. Like if you go on some, like they're like so hyper specific. Like you need to be an Aquarius asparagus, at least 9'10", six pack abs, 6 foot, 6-figure salary. You need to literally be a 1 in a trillion human. And then when he showed up late at night a couple of weeks later, and instead of... Near as we can figure, because my dad and I work long hours and we're typically gone most of the day. The only person I'd ever seen leaving and entering the house was my mother, who was a tiny old lady, and so they assumed that she'd lived alone. Then, when he showed up late at night a couple of weeks later, and instead of a lonely old lady, there was a 6'3" military vet telling him, "No, you're not coming in," and it bungled up whatever they were planning. I'll tell you what, though, there was something about the accomplice that scared me. Maybe it was because he was hiding in the bushes the whole time me and his friend were having our exchange, or the fact that he kept his face hidden by an oversized hood. But before he ever even noticed me standing there, I could feel the danger emanating off of him, like warning bells going off in my head, and it felt like he just loathed my entire being and wanted me to suffer for simply existing. The way he stared at me from under the dark shadows of his hood was almost inhuman. I took some time off of work, used up some of my savings, and went to Europe to see my fiancée. I just needed to get away from that house for a while. While I was in Europe, my parents quickly bought up a house on the very edge of town, away from bad neighborhoods, and moved into it. When I got back from vacation, I don't really get the astrology thing, to be honest with you. Like, I see it everywhere. Like, it's like a girl religion, you know what I mean? But I just don't like... I feel like it's so hyper generalized, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what specific... Like, I get it, religions are like, or like astrology and the sort of generalized spiritual experience, whatever it might be. I don't know the specifics. Some people get really into it. But, like, I just don't know what, you know... I feel like it's about... Maybe I'm catching the very sort of superficial aspects of what I see in, like, horoscopes. I'm sure if you told someone that's into astrology that, you know, oh, you mean like horoscopes? They're like, no. I'm talking about writing pentagrams on your fucking forehead, you know, or some shit. I just, like, don't know. But you know what I mean? I'm just kidding. But, like, what about astrology someone experiences that it's something that they have to reference every day? Like, I just feel like, do you notice consistencies with what is told about someone's characteristics? Are those consistencies about that person's characteristics, like, are they just, like, so hyper generalized that it fits pretty much everyone? Like, oh, you're such a Gemini, you had a bad day today and you took a poop and drink water. Obviously, that fits you, you know, or I don't know. It's fine. I don't care. I'm just saying. But, you know, I'm a Capri Sun, so that's kind of how I react to things. When I got back from vacation, I asked them why they decided to buy all of a sudden, and they just told me that they never wanted to rent again after that house. Suck Her Punch with a 15 says, long time no hear, lol, good night. Good night, Sucker Punch. It's good to see you again. Gemini's is scary. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, why? What about, like... commits atrocities against humanity. Lol, sorry, I'm such a Gemini. Joel, accept the Lord of Darkness as your savior and let the purity of evil guide you. Welcome to astrology, the Church of Astrology. Your zodiac sign is a dog tick. My zodiac sign is Lyme's disease? An autoimmune disorder? Oh, it's a joke. Okay. See, I was like, see, I can't even pick up sarcasm on a live chat. There's more to it than a horoscope in your sun sign. Everyone actually has a full entire natal chart that most people, even those skeptical about astrology, find more relatable. Okay, so you kind of have to, like... So this is where I get pulled into it more, where it's the old bait and switch and you pull me into Scientology. I'm just kidding. Oh, that would be a good thing or a good, like, trick for Scientologists to, like, trick you into joining their church. Is if they use the zodiac signs and the natal charts. Boom. There you go, Scientology. I just made you a couple million new followers. Easy peasy. Shell's with the 1. She thinking. Shell's be thinking. Aliens. That is all. Did the aliens invent the newspaper, the horoscope part of the newspaper? You come to the lab and hear me laughing? Finish him. Oh, dude, I'm actually excited for the new Mortal Kombat movie because I saw it was in theaters and HBO Max. Now, granted, I don't have HBO Max, but I fucking want to see Mortal Kombat. I want to see Mortal Kombat. I want to go see fucking the ham fucking Godzilla versus Kong. It's gonna be sick. BuzzFeedology. What kind of bagged bread are you? Lol. Your voice is everything. Thanks. Scientology is so fucking weird. It's true. You gotta be careful with Scientology because I hear like once you get into it, they fucking don't let you out or some shit. Or like they actually have compounds where they keep you. And it's scary too because they kind of like the Mormon church. They're very influential in their area, I think. Is that true? Anybody familiar with it? Where like they have like some degree of like infiltration within the law enforcement. So it's like if you try to get away, you can't even like look to law enforcement for help. You're waiting for The Conjuring. Wait, are they remaking the Conjuring? King Kong will win. Do we really want a mammal to win, guys? Wouldn't you much rather have a reptilian overlord crushing your city? You have a student who wears a Sub-Zero mask. That's what I thought when people first started wearing the mask. I was like, dude, we're all cosplaying freaking Mortal Kombat at this point. Mormons run politics in Utah. Yeah, I mean, it's weird too because it's like I don't know, like I mean, because isn't there supposed to be like a separation of church and state? And I feel like that's quite literally the church running a literal state. I did see this one part, and it kind of ruined it. I mean, it didn't ruin it, but it was sick. It was like Godzilla was shooting her big ass. Actually, I don't know what is Godzilla? Because I know it lays eggs. I don't fucking know, and it doesn't fucking matter. They're fighting, anyways. Big lizard, big monkey fighting, and when the big monkey has like some sort of rebar or like maybe a whole ass skyscraper coming down like with a big slam, because he knows how to use tools. Doesn't need a fucking laser, but he's like catching all of the energy in the fucking laser as he's like slamming down. And I'm like, dude, that fucking big tool that he's about to slam down on probably has a bunch of like nuclear fire energy in it, and it's gonna be sweet. How's my voice so nice? I don't know. You can thank my mummy and my daddy for fucking. Sorry, let's. Alright, story 2, for Christ's sake. This is taking forever. Godzilla. Godzilla! Let's go. Let's go. I began moving into my new one-bedroom apartment with my boyfriend the day after the old lease ended. My apartment was small in size and on the bottom floor. There was a window in the bedroom that faces the outside walkway and the front door to our apartment. I spent the whole day carrying boxes from my boyfriend's truck to the apartment. I noticed a dirty-looking man in a rusty, beat-up red Toyota staring at us while we moved each box. He looked about 40, had round glasses with a very thin frame. His hair was stringy and thinny on the... stringy and thinny. His hair was stringy and thinny, like the Crypt Keeper. King Kong versus Joel. Dude, I am fucking Kong. Hairy as I am. Thanks, Mom and Dad, for fucking. Everyone should thank their mom and dad for that, honestly. Otherwise, you wouldn't get to experience reality in all its beauty. Thanks, Mom and Dad. That's the tweet. That's the tweet of the day for you. Thanks, Mom and Dad, ... for fucking. Ram Tab with the 5 says, Utah is trying to make mobile devices by default not be able to open porn. Well, I guess we're going to have to go back to the old drawing board. We'll have to start printing it out. Got a big binder of fucking porn. Or I could start drawing. If I move there, I'll just start drawing it. You should make that your outro. I can't say naughty words in the videos or I get spanked by YouTube. My parents hate each other. Thanks. Well, yeah, I mean, we love you. Dude, I should. Oh, that would be so funny. I don't know if Robin's here, but how funny would it be to do a Pornhub intro, but it says like "Let's read." Is that the same number of letters? LETS is 4. PORN is 4. Hub. Let's see. Pornhub. I almost went to the site. Just kidding. I never go to that site. I'm pure. I'm a pure soul. Pure Pornhub intro. It's like such a recognizable like rift. Imagine like if you got like contracted to make the little like musical rift for Pornhub. Dude, I wonder how much they got paid. Amanda, hello. I wonder, yeah, if I did like, I wonder if we could change the music around, you know what I mean? I don't know. Liz, that is not true. Let's breed. He looked about 40, had round glasses with a very thin frame. His hair was stringy and thinning at the top and looked as if though it had once been white but yellowed due to lack of cleanliness. I wouldn't have given his gaze much thought except he had been sitting in his car for nearly 2 hours now. Not waiting for anyone, it seemed, just staring at us, moving his head to keep his gaze as we moved from the truck to our building. I told my boyfriend and he just shrugged it off, telling me that maybe he was just a neighbor trying to see who moved in. We just ignored the man and finished unloading boxes before settling in for the night. Fast forward to the next night, my boyfriend and I had packed shit. We had packed shit. We put poop in boxes. The children aren't ready for this level of bussin'. Well, I would hope that those children have parents that monitor their entertainment. I can't be held responsible for whether they laugh at some stupid bullshit I say. My boyfriend and I had unpacked most of the kitchen, so we were having a late dinner and ended up drinking some wine. It was about 12:30 a.m., and we were just talking and hanging out when we heard a slight tap on the window. It was strange. It wasn't as if though someone were knocking on it, but more like as if someone had accidentally hit it with an object of some sort. I peeked through the blinds to find nothing but darkness outside. Without giving it a second thought, my boyfriend and I finished our dinner and wine, turned out the lights, and went to bed. We awoke at around 2 a.m. to a soft knock on the door. My boyfriend. Joel is not your dad. Yeah. I can teach you dadly wisdom, but I'm also probably going to say some shit that's going to get you in trouble if you repeat it. The Twisted Technician with the 5 says, "Hey, let's read. Hope you're having a great day." Thank you, Technician. Good to see you. I know how to pronounce your name this time. I got it right. Thank you, good friend. And Brad Pitt, the actual Brad Pitt with 10 says, "Thank you for your soothing voice." You're welcome, Brad. How are you doing? Let's cream. You're against porn, but if you're going to watch it, please don't pay for it. Yeah. Literally trillions of hours of free shit out there. Y'all pee in the shower? Good question. I'm sure they do. My boyfriend, very tired and very irritated, got up from the bed to check the peephole to see who could possibly be trying to reach us at such an hour. He looked through the peephole to find a man standing outside the door, staring directly into the peephole. He sneakily made his way back to our room, carefully trying not to make any sounds. Fuck, dude, I stink, man. This is gonna be a long stream, probably like a 3 a.m. stream. OnlyFans is ethical porn? What the fuck is ethical porn? None of it's ethical. pay for it because it's ethical. I don't know what the fuck ethical porn is. Does all the money go towards saving the fucking turtles or some shit? Sydney Kapiski with the 10. Thank you, Sydney. And Brad Pitt with another 10. Cheers. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Can you eat out of the shower? I guess you could. Wonder if anybody does any weird shit where they like kind of just like turn the shower on, sit in there, maybe like wearing all of their clothes and just like eat their dinner while like, you know what I mean? Like, that's something I could see someone do if they were like high on LSD. Like they just, I don't know, they were so compelled. They really enjoyed their food, but you're like, you know what would make this even better with all the cool tactile sensations? If I just got into the shower and let it, you know, run all over me. Would I ever make an OnlyFans? Only if I could make sure my OnlyFans was ethical. We got to figure that one out. Probably means non-exploitative to the worker. Oh, yeah, I guess there is a lot of that shit. I guess, how do you vet that, though? Because I guess all of us who, when we think of porn, we think of, like, what do we think of? Like, Riley Reid or Johnny Sins, you know what I mean? Where, like, they seem happy, you know what I mean? They seem, like, happy to be in the industry. They seem stoked about it, you know what I mean? Like, to be, and they, you know, you like to think that they're making, like, money and having a great time or something, you know? But I can also imagine that, yeah, a lot of people get exploited for all sorts of, whether it's like, I mean, you could imagine like human trafficking or fucking like, what's another one? Like someone's addicted to drugs, you know what I mean? And then they have to do, or they do some really unfortunate stuff to attain that addiction or something. That could be obviously unethical process. Linguini, that's a great name with the 5, says super special shout out to this chat. Thank you, Lynn. Yeah, I would never want to be in the porn industry. Mainly because I'm a skeleton, and that would be problematic. But I don't know. It just, I don't know. Like, it just seems like it would, like, I think the average career is only like, what, like 6 months or something like that. And, you know, then they fucking, I don't know. I can just imagine it's not like, because to like make more money, you always have to like progress. You always have to progress in like the amount of like shit that you do, you know what I mean? So it could potentially be very dangerous, I guess. I don't know. That's definitely, I mean, I'm sure there's documentaries out there that kind of go into like people who have been in the industry and talked about how exploitative it is. Let's read said he will do a face reveal if all 700k subscribers face reveal. I'm down. Let's go. You gotta do it in the selfies on Discord or tag me on social media or something. And I gotta count them all up. And then once my walls are covered with your faces, I will release mine. A real career is probably a better choice. I mean, it's just tough because I mean, you like, if you think like what is the home life for an individual who kind of gets into that, you know what I mean? Like they might not have the sort of parental guidance to know that they need, or like just any sort of someone looking out for them to tell them how potentially dangerous the industry could be. And, or maybe that they should consider going to school for something, or, you know what I mean? So it's like when you're young and you don't have that parental guidance or those mentors, you see money, you see dollar signs, and you think it's a good time or whatever. And I don't know, I just imagine it's like you go down a very dark path and you don't even realize it, you know, like what it does to you until it's too late or something like that. And Joel is a biblically accurate angel. That's true. Yeah, I would join, I would make a Pornhub page, but also you, at the sight of me, you would fall over dead out of fear. You would go insane. That'd be the really awkward part, I feel like. Fear not. Yeah. Yeah, TikTok's really fucking weird with that because, you remember that one? Like, I don't watch a lot of TikTok. Like, people usually send me funny TikToks that they've, like, rather, I, like, see TikToks primarily through, like, viral memeology or whatever. But do you remember that one, like, TikTok trend where it was like, put your hands on my shoulders? And it was like people posing or, like, having, clothes on essentially and seeming normal, and then it would cut to them in like red lighting and wearing like scantily clad shit, and I was like, who are these people? It was just like really awkward. Now the funny ones were later, whenever like people made like it would seem as if that was gonna, and then it was like Dobby from fucking Harry Potter would pop up or something, or just other bullshit. But at the same time, like, that does seem really sus for fucking content creators, because you don't, you know what I mean? Like, it's just strange. He sneakily made his way back to our room, carefully trying to not make a sound. Fuck, God, I can't read, dude. He sneakily made his way back to our room, carefully trying not to make any sound whatsoever. It was outside. Oh, I see. Jesus Christ. He sneakily made his way to our room, carefully trying not to make any sound so whoever it was outside couldn't hear movement within the apartment. He went up to me and shook my leg a little bit, whispering that there was some creepy old man outside our door, just staring at it. I awoke immediately and slowly went to the window to see who it was. The blinds were raised only an inch or so, so I tried to identify the man using the small sliver of window that was exposed. I saw a hand tapping on the window, tapping as if he was patiently waiting for someone to open the door for him. I froze in fear and waited. We heard the man turn around and leave. My boyfriend checked the front door to confirm he wasn't outside our door anymore, as I was terrified to even peek out the window. We were so bugged out that we didn't end up sleeping much for the rest of the night. The next day, we were really anxious and worried about the situation, so we spoke with our front office and tried to explain what had happened. The front office basically said that maybe someone thought that they were at the right apartment building and that it was just a mistake or a misunderstanding. It wasn't that big of a deal, and we needed to just not worry about it, they made it seem. They said if it happened again, to try to identify the person or talk to them to see what they wanted. Great advice, right? Later that night, we left the front porch light on to feel a little bit more safe. We locked all the doors and windows and cuddled in bed with the lights off while watching some TV show on low volume. Eventually, we drifted off to sleep. I woke around 2:20 a.m. to my boyfriend tapping on me, whispering, "He's back," wide-eyed with fear. I let out a small gasp. My boyfriend handed me a small pistol and said, "Don't shoot unless you need to," and left the room. I was completely terrified, confused, and worried at this point, and decided to try and see who this creep was. I once again looked through the small sliver of window that was showing, but could only see the bottom half. Their bottom half. He was wearing no pants. Venus Flytrap with the 5 says, "Remember to drink water." Thank you. Good idea. I am getting a bit inflamed in the old sinuses. You would love if me and Lazy Masquerade did a collab. We did do one more recently on the UK stories. If you type in UK stories into my search bar on my channel, or just type like UK stories Let's Read into YouTube in general, you'll find that he'll be the second story on that. And I think I was in his videos. It's been a little while, but you had a friend in porn and you remember he was making $700 a shoot. He's been doing for 10 years. Yikes. Yeah, I feel like the exploitive nature of it kind of comes down, or, it it like occurs more for the female party, just because, I don't know. I guess we probably shouldn't continue to discuss this, but it's interesting to know, yeah, that some people are kind of in the industry. Brad Pitt with the 5 says, water slides especially. Remember that episode of Always Sunny in Philadelphia where like they got onto the one water slide that was shut down, and then he just like dumped like 2, water bottles down. He's like, that should be enough, right? He's like, yeah, it should be good. And then Danny DeVito goes down, but like is like burning his ass down the whole thing and just like leaving a streak of blood. That show is so fucking funny, dude. Sleeping on Joel's toes is bussin'. Oh, Pradeep is such a good cat, dude. You guys should meet him. He's very cool. Thank you, Amanda. Love you guys. We bussin'. I once again looked through the small sliver of window that was showing, but could only see their bottom half. I made my way to the front door where my boyfriend was, his face glued to the peephole. I asked if I could take a look, and instantly I could make out who it was. I saw the yellowed, thinning hair and the glasses. It was the same man that was watching us move in a few days ago. I took a step back and began to silently freak out. We heard the man knock silently again on the door. He leaned in real close to the peephole, startling my boyfriend and causing him to let out a small gasp. The man leaned back, turned around, and immediately walked upstairs. We waited. We never saw him come back down. We never heard movement in the upstairs apartment either. Frightened, we went back to bed and didn't sleep until the sun came up. As soon as the office opened, we went in to report the incident, and one of the leasing managers looked distressed. She went on to tell them that this was the 5th report on similar incidents made by multiple tenants throughout the apartment complex. She told us that they were looking into it to find out who this person was. For about a week we heard nothing, and no one came to the door during the dark hours of the night. We began to get back into our normal routine and paid no mind to the weirdness that we had experienced. About 3 weeks after the last incident, we received a call from the front office. Apparently there was a disturbed tenant that lived in the complex that had always had really random and weird complaints about him. He was an older man, apparently had some issues in his past. They were calling to let us know that he was the one who had been randomly knocking on doors and sneaking around multiple buildings in the complex. They said that he had been evicted due to his behavior and that we wouldn't have to deal with it again. They apologized, then hung up, and that was that. We never heard weird noises in the night or saw his car in the parking lot after that. We continued to live out the rest of our lease and eventually moved out to a nicer apartment complex across town. It always stuck with me. I always got skittish during the nights and would check the windows multiple times before bed. I think the strangest thing to me was that the building we lived in wasn't even remotely close to the one that he apparently resided in. He had watched us move in and decided that what the fuck am I talking about? Grendel. Who's Grendel? You want to be a naked cat? Cats are kind of lucky they get to walk around nude as fuck. Of course, a cat in a sweater. That would be pretty cute too. I always thought it'd be funny if, like, I don't know, a dog or a cat in a sweater or something, and they go to shit, but like the shit slides down the back of their sweater and you demand singing. Fucking no thank you, dude. I suck at singing. Brad Pitt with the 5 says, I've listened to you for around 5 years. Just want to show my support, noticing your life. Thank you, Brad. Thank you. That's a long time. I appreciate that. I feel like we have a lot of people that stick around for a long period of time, which makes me happy because, I mean, I'm sure, like, you know, some people have, like, I've always thought, like, some people have their favorite, like, Let's Player or something, you know, when they're, like, young, and then they get into their teens and older, and they just kind of, like, lose interest in that. But I feel like people kind of stick with the channel for a long period of time, so I very much appreciate that. Thank you, Brad, and everybody. Killing me softly. Oh, killing me softly. Oh. There's nothing better than a cat in a sweater. I probably will say that, so please remind me. Liz, you're not my cat. Pradeep's literally in the chat right there next to you. He had watched us move in and decided that's who he wanted to creep on in the middle of the night. If there's one thing that I learned, it's to listen to what that gut feeling inside is telling you. Always be aware of your surroundings and be careful with who is paying attention when you are not. Favorite Let's Reader? Thank you. Are there other Let's Reads? Actually, there is. There's a booktuber by the name of Let's Read, and I really didn't know there was other Let's Reads when I made the channel, but I probably should have been. I think back when I started YouTube, I just really did not do much research into what I was going to become as far as being the content that I would do and that kind of thing, my name. I always thought, like, what would be cool? Like Astro Ghost or some stupid shit like that. You know what I mean? Like something a little bit more spooky. Astral, what would be a cool name? Stinky Poop Butt Reads. If any of us has read Killing Stalking, please hit me up. We can talking about Killing Me Softly being nightmare fuel. What? Scorpio Star, thank you. The stranger in black who chased us through a dark canyon trail. You guys ready for this one? Watch out for La Llorona. Is it La Llorona? Yeah, it's La Llorona. Right, yeah, with two L's is the Y. Sorry. I'm learning Astro Butt Soap. I could sell that. Would you guys buy that? Amanda, sleep tight. Good night. Don't let the Astro Butt Soap erode your skin. Oh, Lord. Yes, Lord. Everyone do a big stretch. Ready? You're reading Killing Stalking? Is that a book? Sometimes you forget Let's Read's a real person. Just think of me as like a Jekyll and Hyde, you know? Where I'm the old, wily old feller. And then Let's Read is a little more serious. So serious. La Llorona. La Llorona. It was the summer of 2007, and my best friend and his girlfriend suggested I get a date and we all go to some local hotspot. Hot pots? Oh, I see. I see. I do have an Instagram at letsread.official. Will you sing into my neck beard? I'll make it vibrate. Okay. It was the summer of 2007, and my best friend and his girlfriend suggested I get a date and we all go to some local hot pots, which are natural hot springs located deep in a nearby canyon not too far from where we lived in Utah. Supposedly, these hot pots were awesome, super quick and easy to get to, just a short hike from where you park your car off the main road running through the canyon. It must have been around 7 p.m. that day when we parked the truck in Spanish Fork Canyon and set off on the trail that led to the natural hot springs, armed only with our swimming suits and towels. I don't know where my friends got his bad information. Whoops. Oh man, I do need to drink water. I need to get some new like distilled water for my like neti pot bullshit. You know, where you put like the saline in and then the fucking water and it just like shoots through your nose. I haven't used that John in forever. I am uncultured. Oh, Liz is uncultured. Yes, she is. Let it rip, man. Let it rip. Okay. I don't know where am I. Okay. I don't know where my friend got his bad information, but it was definitely not a super quick and easy hike to the hotspot. Fuck, dude. I don't know where my friend got his bad information, but it was definitely not a super quick and easy hike to the hot pots. More like a difficult hike that took over an hour on a very narrow path where we had to walk single file the whole time, and occasionally over some treacherous spots where one bad step would send you cascading down the mountain. It seemed like it would never end, and we'd never get to those hot springs, but after wearing ourselves out and not being adequately prepared, we made it. The sun was setting as we finally reached the clearing where the natural pools were dug out from the ground. It was later than we expected, but we figured it would be fun to soak in the hot water underneath the stars. We were so deep in the canyon at this point that the stars in the sky were brighter than any other time I've ever seen in my life. No light pollution at all. We had probably been there for about 30 minutes and had the entire area to ourselves, just having a great time telling jokes and making each other laugh. The only light was from the stairs, and the only sounds were from us. The quiet was almost eerie. Suddenly, we started to hear twigs snapping in the direction we came from. See, there was only one way in and out from the hot pots. That super narrow trail we hiked in on, which ended at the pools. Soon, we could make out the outline of a figure in the dark, someone with a flashlight coming down the trailhead to the pools we were swimming in. I was in a great mood up until this point, and since this person's arrival had taken us all by surprise, I yelled out to them once I was confident that we would be able to hear. Bradley Pitley with the 5 says, how deep have you gone for a true story other than Reddit or submissions? Anything memorable? How deep have I gone? Well, a lot of people, like, as far as... I'm confused. Well, I don't know. A lot of people send in stuff, you know what I mean? Whether it's here or Reddit or, you know, asking permission from different subreddits, but a lot of people do a lot of cool research for the stories, which is one of my favorites. I love the true crime sort of research-based stories. Did you just snort some meth? I did, yeah, I snorted some meth, and I am a meth head, and that's who I am, and if you don't like it, I hope you would reconsider enjoying me as a person, also being addicted to meth, and also being your favorite YouTube channel. Sorry. Anyways, yeah, but I really like the true crime bullshit. It's pretty sick. Brad Pitt with the 5 says, Brita water bottle. I love my... Interesting. Brita water bottle. I might take your donos tonight and get one of them boys there. Because I have like a Brita water filter or like some type of water, like one on my sink, because our water around here has a lot of like calcium, which kind of sucks peeners. But then, and then I also, like, I put that filtered water into a water, like a Brita thing or whatever the fuck. So who knows if it even works. It might even just put, I might actually just put like feces into my drinking water, which is cool too. Helps my immune system get stronger. Perk 30s in Joel's voice. So please do be careful with those. Don't go too far down that rabbit hole. What's Bigfoot's name down in Australia? Oh, that's a good question. Does Australia have any sort of like bipedal, cryptid, ape-like creatures that wander the plains? Tampon tea. Ew, Liz. Ew. Get out of my stream. That's disgusting. I was in a great mood up until this point, and since this person's arrival had taken us all by surprise, I yelled out to them once I was confident that they would be able to hear me, to try and break the ice from any awkwardness, and also partly as a defense mechanism from the nervousness I was feeling all of a sudden. Hey! You here to join the party? Silence. The person keeps walking towards us and doesn't say a word. Immediately, alarm bells are going off in my head. My gut is telling me that something is not right here. I try to ignore how I'm feeling and make a joke to our group about the person being a weirdo for not answering, but now everyone else is on edge as well. As the person begins to get closer, we can start to make out a little more than what we had been able to see before. It's a man, above average size, dressed head to toe in black. This guy was wearing a hoodie and long pants in the middle of summer in Utah. Who does that? We notice he's also wearing a black backpack before he gets to the clearing and turns off his flashlight. He continues walking towards us. Now, there are half a dozen hot pots scattered around this clearing. There is no one else around except us. He has his pick of any of them to swim in, but no. He walks directly towards ours and sits down about 6 feet from where we were soaking. My friend has a lantern, so he hops to the side of the pool and grabs it and turns it on. Wait, what was the stranger just doing before we turned the lantern on? Was he ruffling through his bag, looking for something? One of us says something to him, and once again, no response. My friend temporarily turns off the lantern. I assume it's because the battery is low and he doesn't want to wear it out. But once the light is out, the stranger in black... Oh, I see. Sorry, dude, my nose abruptly and randomly, probably just from being dehydrated, feels sniffly, and I don't like it right now because it's kind of hard to read. Bradley Piddington with the 5 says my favorite is where your voice disappears and you feel there. Like, for an example, Stranded Story. I'm not a bottled water person, but I love ho. I love ho. Ho ho ho. Maybe sorry if it cut your message off there. Feel free to @me if feel free to @me if it didn't go through there. Was it my favorite is where your voice disappears and you feel there, like for example in the stream. Nice. Well, so I kind of like you feel like immersed in the story. That's pretty amazing, actually. Makes me feel proud. Brad again with the 5 says, it fresh, it makes tap water like it's one of those you can't go back things. Oh. And do you don't have to, sorry. Also, again, if you want to answer this question, you don't have to donate to say it, but I'm just curious. You can just @me. Like if you, like, do you just put new filters into the water bottle from time to time and it just kind of like does its thing, I suppose? Just snorted more meth, don't lie. Hey, this meth don't lie. You can't soak in water if you have a belly button piercing, apparently. Really? Like a new one, or like do you have to take it out or some shit? I hear it kind of sucks if you take it out because you have to worry about it like closing up really fast. He loves #ho. Ho, ho, ho. Thanks, Amanda. I try to. It's a little easier for me, whereas some people who stream like they're playing video games, and like dude, I'm actually really impressed by some people who play video games in stream because like they can do some very impressive video game maneuvers while also like getting out a completely coherent thought. I, for one, if I'm playing a game, my brain shuts off to like speaking and is just doing the game. Unless you're able to like access a part of your brain for playing the game that's just like, I don't know how people can do it, but simping over the bussin'. You best be simping on this bus. I don't know. I am impressed by people who are just like pro gamers. Scared to get a belly button piercing. What if it heals wrong and your body explodes? It's a definite possibility. You could explode just from them poking you. All your goo would come out. What's the creepiest cult story I've ever read? Creepiest cult story. Well, what was the one where they went to that compound, the Waco compound? That one was pretty scary because the government, like, I forget exactly why the government got involved, but they essentially murdered those people. Now, granted, those people did return fire, but they basically just like burned the compound down and like murdered those people with smoke inhalation and fire, essentially. and also probably guns, and I don't know. Just sad story all around, you know what I mean? Getting brainwashed to be in a cult, and then obviously fucking all of those like really serious cults, like Jonestown, like Jesus, like I don't know, that Jonestown one's so interesting to me because it's like this weird mixture of like Christianity mixed with like the politics of that time, because the guy was very political, but he was also like a sexual deviant with the people at the church, and it's just cult of personality. It's so, it literally is a cult of personality. It's just crazy. Brad Pitt with the big 20 says, yeah, they're like $20 for more. Well, perfect. Thanks, Brad. I will definitely go check that out. I gotta remember that. And thank you for your generosity tonight. You're crazy. Crazy. He passed in 2015. Who did? You have a star belly button piercing, a star-bellied sneech, where it is pierced in 4 places and a star in it. That sounds cool. Is my name Joel? It is. Government killed everyone. I know. Really, in some ways, the government's just like one big mafioso cult, if you think about it. Of course, I guess not as many people worship them based on choice. Maybe a little bit. My voice gives you the creeps. Good. That's what I like to hear. My friend immediately turns the lantern back on. The stranger quickly stops and zips the backpack back up, acting like nothing happened. Wait, okay, well, let me go back a paragraph. Have I revealed my age? Oh yeah, I'm dirty 30. I'm the big 3-0. But once the light is out, the stranger in black unzips his backpack again and starts frantically looking through it again. My friend immediately turns the lantern back on. The stranger quickly stops and zips the backpack back up, acting like nothing is happening. My friend notices the stranger appears to be Hispanic, so he greets him in Spanish, as he also is Hispanic. This clearly takes the stranger off guard, and he mumbles in response. My friend asks how he's doing, what he's up to tonight. Did he come for a swim? At least that's what I assume from his tone. I don't speak Spanish, so I don't know exactly what the stranger's responses were, but they were very brief and not very friendly. After asking a few more questions to the guy, my friend turns to me and our date's in the pool and says very quietly but dead serious, "We need to go now." Immediately, we start getting out of the pool and drying off with our towels. The stranger asks my friend in a question in Spanish something like, "Oh, where are you guys going so quickly?" And I surmise my friend is playing it off very calmly, like it's no big deal. Again, he turns to us as we're getting our things together and putting on our shoes, maybe not going as fast as we could. "We don't have time. Grab your stuff. We're going now." We don't ask questions. We grab our things and start practically running towards the trailhead as a group. As we look back, we see the stranger in black getting his things together, getting up and starting to follow us. At this point, there is no illusion of what is happening. This guy has bad intentions and is chasing after us on this narrow trail back to our vehicle. We know we've got an hour or more ahead of us until we get back to the safety of our vehicle, and we don't have anything to defend ourselves with at all. We're still wet. We got a head start on him, which was a big help. I took the lantern and took the lead of the group. We got into single file and locked hands with each other, knowing that we needed to keep moving as fast as we can, but not too fast or we could literally fall to our deaths. The girls were behind me, with my friend at the back, who was giving us updates of where the stranger in black was and telling us to move faster. He picked up the biggest, sharpest rock he could find and was prepared to kill this guy if he had to. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Well, honestly, it doesn't fucking matter, but... It does matter. Don't say bad things. All right. Yo hablo español. Yo hablo español. Yo hablo español. More demon noises. Oh wow, didn't know you could wear it while pregnant. I've heard of that fucking up someone's piercing. It's just they get pregnant, it just like bursts off their stomach and like shoots through the wall like a bullet. She's Moonlight, good night, sleep tight. Don't let some guy in a black hoodie sneak into your house. Can I make one sentence horror story on the spot right now? Yes. I ate Taco Bell. Dun, dun. Oh. Flame hurt, but it'd be bussin'. He picked up the biggest, sharpest rock he could find and was prepared to defend us if he had to. I'm sure you can imagine the emotions that were running through all of us. Where's the Discord link? One of the mods can link you up. Thank you, Izzy. Thank you. Me being a demon really do be bussin'. Sometimes I kind of wonder, like, okay, in the Egyptian times, in the days of Egypt, the great empire, didn't the Egyptian people have black cats or something like that to defend, like to ward off spirits or something? And I've always been curious if Pradeep has helped me to such a degree. He would be such a gentleman to ward off the demons. Aaron, happy birthday, bro. Everybody say happy birthday to Aaron. And D-Shore with a 13 lucky dollars. Thank you, D-Shore. To ward off the creepers. Like you, Liz. Black cats are bad luck? Oh, right. Well, yeah, but then, what kind of cats did the Egyptians have to, like, ward off spirits? Or was it, like, maybe there was some sort of connection, you know what I mean? Cringe. Cringe at the title. Thank you. That was the goal. I better be thankful. I'm trying. Okay. Biggest, sharpest rock. And what did he do? He stuck it up someone's butt? What's going on here? I'm sure you can imagine the emotion. Oh, I see. I'm sure you can imagine the emotions that were running through all of us at the time. The girls are sobbing, trying to keep pace with me up front. I'm yelling back to them, watch out for this, watch out for that, as we're making our way in the darkness as fast as we can. I'm telling myself to stay calm so I don't scare the girls any more than they already are, while also feeling an overwhelming sense of dread that I don't want to die so young, as I was only 19. After what feels like an eternity, we finally see the main canyon road in our truck. We all run towards it as my friend unlocks it and we all get inside. And we're all in shock at this point and just start shaking uncontrollably. I tell my friend to start the car and start driving so we can get out of there and just never come back. I asked my friend, the one who was speaking Spanish to the stranger, why did you tell us to get out of there so quickly? My friend answered that he purposely had been turning the lantern on and off because he noticed... Nyan cat. Black cats get adopted less? Really? Oh, I guess that would make sense. Honestly, I think black cats, I know it sounds weird, but I feel like black cats are really fucking nice. But also, that could just be because I have the best cat ever with Pradeep. The Egyptian cats are naked? Oh, yeah. Is that what the Sphinx cats? Okay. That would make sense. Is that all they had there? They were just limited to naked boys? I guess it would make sense for them to have no fur since they didn't have AC, you know? I think animals evolved to have fur after air conditioning was involved. Alright, I asked my friend, the one who was speaking Spanish, why did you tell us? Okay. Brad Pitt with a 5 says, have you ever put yourself in a predicament, maybe something similar to something you narrate, a personal something scary or crazy? Happy birthday, Aaron. Yeah, happy birthday, Aaron. Thank you again, Brad. Well, I was telling earlier we had some guy come into our house to check the gas bill that was related, and that was my fault. My friends were pissed at me because they're like, why the fuck did you let that guy in? Like, I don't know, he said he could save us money on Geico insurance. Or whatever. So that, but thankfully we outnumbered that guy, so I think he kind of like got the vibe. But we did see him go to the next door and try the same thing, but then we also saw the cops come and like talk to them saying you can't like solicit business door to door, try to undercut the, whatever they were, you know, the fucking gas company. But, you know, I'm pretty smart when it comes to dealing with people. I haven't had too many crazy things happen. There was one time when I was climbing the side of like a cliff, and I got to a part that was like so wet that I was really worried I wasn't going to be able to make it up the side of the cliff, but just like really fucking gripped down and made it. But I remember like calling down to my friends and being like, what? And I'm like, I think I'm going to die. I think I can't make this. I'm going to fucking slip and die. And that would have sucked, but I didn't, thank God. Let's make pancakes with the black cat. You're going to turn Pradeep into a pancake? Can I say meow? We'd like to contact you about your car's extended warranty. I've been fortunate, actually, not getting any sort of extended warranty calls, but I do get calls about eliminating student loans all the fucking time, and that shit's just... It's annoying the way that they phrase it, too. Like, we're going to need you to call back as soon as possible. Any Florida stories? Oh, yeah, they're in there. You can find many of those. Alright, my friend answered that he... Okay. Holy shit, dude. This is story 3. What the fuck is wrong with me? Solar panel calls. Interesting. You have a lot of stories? Well, you should write them up on my subreddit or somewhere, or submit them over email. Always happy to have more. My friend answered that he purposely had been turning the lantern on and off because he noticed when he did, the stranger was searching in his bag for something, and when it came back on, the stranger closed it up fast and acted like he hadn't just been looking for something. And that was when he tried speaking in Spanish to get a feel for what was going on with the guy. My friend said he was asking the stranger some questions in Spanish like, "Where are your friends?" And the stranger answered, "No friends," and other short answers to basic questions that gave my friend the absolute creeps. Once the stranger asked my friend something about the girls who were with us, that was when he told us we needed to get out of there. Apparently he was able to see the stranger following us almost the entire way out of the trail, but dropped off towards the end when he couldn't keep pace with us. What was that stranger doing in the middle of a dark canyon by himself, dressed in all black? What did he have in his bag that he was trying to get to, that he didn't want us to see? And what would have happened to us if he would have caught up to our group? Sorry, that sounded weird. What would have happened to us if he would have caught up to our group on the trail that night? Social security calls. Have you ever got possibly a scam call by any chance? Yeah, I mean, I think that's gotten better, like where you can silence like unknown calls. So like, I don't know, that makes life a lot better. Like numbers that my phone doesn't recognize will just go straight to voicemail, which then they don't leave anything, or the voicemail is like 1 second long, which always kind of creeps me out, but I also know that it's probably just a fucking scam again or whatever. Brad Pitt with the 5 says, "Yeah, bro, I've had some crazy public encounters with people lately. I'm nervous about the trend of things." Really? Huh. Crazy public encounter? What? I mean, you don't have to tell it here, but if you want to submit a story, or you could tell it here if you wanted to. That's weird. Public encounters. There's a cult that eats people. I think a lot of them do. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with humans, you know? Like, we're so, like, confused and bored and weird that we'll just join, like, a group of other people who eat people just because, I don't know. Maybe we got really high or something and thought that it sounded cool at the time. iPhones have a screening option that barely works. Yeah, mine seems to work okay. I don't know. Maybe I got lucky. Do all cults eat people? I don't think so. I don't think so. That'd probably get them shut down pretty fast. Also, I'm sure they don't all define themselves as cults per se. It's usually cannibals, isn't it? Oh, you're eating me. You're eating me, ain't you? It's a bit weird, isn't it? What's all this now? The buttersock call. Yeah, what is the... Do we eat people here? I would. I would eat all of you if I could reach you through the screen. Turn off the fan in your bedroom. It seems so quiet. Pradeep, turn my fan back on, please. You would like to start a cult? What would your cult be about? Would it be a nice cult? Edgar, good night. Have a good day at school. Be a good student and, you know, do your homework. Chicky Meatball, we are on story 4 of 10. So I'm fucking slow tonight, dude. And this one's long. And that one's the reformatted one. So, dude, they're all long. Long Dong Silver. What the fuck, dude? Well, you know what? It's going to be worth it when we're done. You guys are going to jizz your pants. It's going to be sweet. Too many weirdos and nut jobs out there. I know. I mean, I don't know. It's just like... It's just so unfortunate. You know what I mean? Like... Pretty much, if you think about it, like, everything can be a religion nowadays. You know, like... You can get pulled into some random cult, right? You know, and that's actually based in the concept of, like, religious beliefs and stuff like that. But at the same time, the same sort of psychology applies to, like, various, like, political beliefs, and those sort of same political beliefs can lead people to do really, really bad shit too, like hurt people, or worse, you know what I mean? Or leave your family because they don't believe the same shit you do, you know, and stuff like that, you know what I mean? So it's like the same psychology between, like, religion, political beliefs, pretty much anything that generates a community but, like, is toxic is essentially, in my mind, a cult. You know, it doesn't matter, like, even, you know, people always say CrossFit is a cult, but it's like, it makes sense because it's like a community, and, you know, hopefully with CrossFit you're not, you know, or whatever the fuck, you're not, like, hurting anyone other than your back when you do bad form. Sonia with the 5 says, just found your channel, been binging it ever since. Thank you, Sonia. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. How many stories are you going to read? Well, I'm hoping to read all 10 of these, but holy ball sack. There's a lot of them, but it's fine. I'm chilling. I'm grilling. That's all I want to do is grill. Jizz my pants and watch Mr. Nightmare. Nice. It's a plan for the night. Brad Pitt with the 5 says, yeah, going to the store, normal things, and I see people losing their minds just out of the small window of time that I'm out. I admittedly accidental. That's scary. Maybe Corona's infected people's brains and made them zombies. And this is the zombie apocalypse we've been waiting for. It's just a little slow. You saw a fight at a buffet before? That's funny. Give me that fucking chicken wing. No, that's okay. I mean, I don't mind being distracted. Honestly, like, I do enjoy reading, but I enjoy interacting with you guys more so. And it's more fun to me. So, but sometimes I do gotta get the work done. Don't tickle my feet while I read. Brad with the 5 says, cut a guy off in my car and he way overreacted, tried to get me to crash into him and stuff, like it was like Psy, that's all. Yeah, that shit's nuts. I always think about that. I actually mentioned that the other day, where it's like, has anyone ever, like, okay, so say you're at a green, you know, a red light, it turns green, but you're not paying attention, you're texting, shouldn't be, but you are. You know, it happens. Shit happens. Someone beeps at you, right? Do you ever get that, like, brief feeling when someone beeps at you, where you're just like, you fucking piece of shit, you know what I mean? Where it's like, it's their reaction to beeping at you is pretty is actually safe. It's safe for you, and to get on with it, but it's safe for you to like pay attention to the road, et cetera, et cetera. But like, I don't know what it is about being in a car, but there's something about being in a car that just turns people, when they're angry, into a psychopath. You know what I mean? Like, and that makes sense because you're anxiously, even subconsciously anxiously driving this fucking 2-ton piece of metal at 50 plus miles an hour. You know what I mean? Lila, you gotta go take a shower. That's okay. You can go take a shower if you're the only mod. I think there's other mods here, unless they're all elsewhere. Maybe Chicky Nuggy can go grab the other mods. If she's even here. I don't know. Maybe no one's here. Fucking, it's gonna be anarchy the second Lila leaves. Yeah, that millisecond of murderous intent. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, Do I play Pokemon Go, or is that a meme on your Discord server? My friends fucking love Pokemon Go, and it's actually like kind of become like a joke between us about like me very much disliking it. It's not that I dislike it, you know what I mean? I appreciate that it's a little thing that people can do together and have fun, but like, I totally, I guess I had big expectations for it. Like, I thought it was going to be Pokemon, but just like IRL. Like, you would walk up to a random fucking person who was in proximity to you. You could click on their avatar if they're playing the game, and then it would give them a notification like, hey, so and so would like to fight, or you take over a gym, and then maybe remotely someone could challenge your gym, and then it would notify you like, hey, so and so would like to challenge your gym. Would you like to challenge them in real time, or allow the computer to just simulate it? And if you're busy, it's like whatever. But it turned out to be like a really, really casual experience where you just fucking, I don't know, give something a berry and then tap on your screen, and the battle system's like not really like the Japanese turn-based RPG style that I thought it was going to be. And I don't, that's fine. It's a fun little game, but it doesn't like captivate me the way that I thought it was going to, which kind of stinks. But it is what it is. I appreciate that it's kind of gotten a lot of like normies, you know what I mean? Like into Pokemon, like moms and dads and people who just like can casually experience it and get their shinies or whatever the fuck. Sandra with the 5 says, where can I tag you to show the blanket I've been working on while listening to your streams? You said last stream you wanted me to see it. Love you, by the way. Thank you, Sandra. Yeah, awesome. I'm excited to see that. If you want to tag, if you have Twitter, Instagram, you can tag me on like your story or something like that. If you're in the Discord, you can post it in like the art area on the Discord. Wherever, would be easiest for you. Yeah, just shoot me a tag and I'd love to check it out. You take 4 showers a day? Wow. That's rookie numbers. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. You don't want to like, there's a lot of, good protective barriers that form on your skin. You don't want to get rid of all of it all the time. It can do some damage, I think. It does have some Candy Crush energy. That's what I'm saying. But I understand, like, that's the point of mobile games, is to like milk you for all you're worth without you realizing it, or like build a degree of addiction to it, and I don't know, it's done its job. It's made a fuck ton of money. And I think, what is it, Niantic, the company that's working with Game Freak or whatever for those games, I think they're working on another one here, not Pokemon Go related, but Aspa, good night, sleep well. And Amanda, good night. See you next stream. Good, yeah, thank you. They did a cringy episode called Monster Ball Go. What was that about? I live in a rather rural area, the kind of place where you both know what to expect and don't know what to expect. People here tend to be latched onto the older way of thinking and living, and I'm all for that. That being said, it is easy to assume that nothing much happens here. At least nothing that would really raise any red flags. The thing is, about 5 years ago, something abnormal did happen. 5 years ago, I thought I was going to lose my life due to a case of wrong place, wrong time in the parking lot of an all-you-can-eat buffet. I was in middle school at the time and was having one of the worst school years yet. Wait, did someone in chat actually just mention something about a buffet, or no? Someone just mentioned something about a buffet, and now I'm reading a story about a buffet. That's hilarious. Your Poppy with the 2. Thank you, your Poppy. And I'm a nurse with the 5 says the goat. The goat. Bah. And Brad Pitt with the 5 says Monster Hunter Rise. Funnily enough, my friends who also play Pokemon Go, I was in their Discord earlier, and they were playing on their Switches, playing Monster Hunter Rise. I briefly tried Monster Hunter, the one that was on PC and stuff. Tried it for a little while. I mean, it was a cool game. Like, I appreciated that it was like, you know, it's like that Dark Souls experience where it's like you're trying to take out these big bosses, and it's kind of a lengthy process and that kind of thing. But I just had not gotten it. You know, I just like it seems like they've been into it for years, and I only just kind of got into it. But I've been sort of drifting away from video games, it seems, lately, or like maybe getting more into like casual puzzle games, as weird as that sounds, you know, like Celeste and Portal and shit like that. You found out Billie Eilish wears a wig. Like, didn't she just dye her hair like bleach blonde or some shit, or what? Is that a wig? Why is your house so chilly? Do you have a window open, maybe? Or is there a ghost? We're on story 4 of 10. Believe that. I was in middle school at the time and having one of the worst school years yet. Luck didn't seem to be on my side, so of course this day wouldn't be any different. My family, my grandpa, mom, and little sister, had gone to church that morning and taken my friend and her younger sister as well. Once it was over, my mom decided that we'd treat ourselves to an early lunch and headed over to a local all-you-can-eat buffet. It was a humble place, and the atmosphere of the farm around it was peaceful. It lulled you into a sense of security. We were waiting in the lobby area, sitting on a bench, when 2 women came in. They both seemed to be in their 40s. Taller women were obvious. Oops, I see. Adam Shutt with the 10 says, I probably owe you more than this, constantly binging your podcasts and YouTube vids. Thank you, Adam. Oh, wow, we got a bunch of donos rolling in here. Thank you, Adam. No worries, yeah. Just keep rolling with the content, and I will keep surviving. Thank you. And Brad Pitt with the 10 says, matching Adam for the same reason. Oh, nice. That was good timing. I feel like that was almost like instantaneous. Thank you, guys. And I'm a nurse with the 5. Oh, whoa, where'd that emoji come from? It's like a video game controller with an injury. Probably from me biting the controller at age 5. Every celebrity wears a wig. Do I wear a wig? I should. I should wear a powdered wig when I stream. But thank you guys. Appreciate the support. Beer 4 of 10. Uh-oh. Day off tomorrow? Let's go. Okay. The taller woman was obviously the leader of the 2, and the shorter woman seemed to hang back, letting the other do the talking, chiming in here and there. The taller woman was gushing over how adorable my sister was to her. She was in elementary school at the time, and kept saying how she looked like a princess. We thought she was just an overly expressive and nice woman, and left it at that as we walked to our table to get settled in. Fast forward, we were eating dessert. I had gotten my usual, that being a mixed vanilla and chocolate ice cream, topped off with Oreo bits, caramel, and 2 marshmallows covered in chocolate from the chocolate fountain. Yes, I know, I kinda went overboard, but whatever, I was a kid. I was about 3/4 of the way done with my dish when the 2 ladies suddenly appeared at our table. I immediately thought it was odd that they deliberately searched us out in there, but kept eating. The lead woman got talking about herself and revealed she was a church official. She claimed to work in a sort of crisis center at her church located in Delaware. She mainly worked with kids who were the victims of abuse. Her friend, I cannot remember exactly whether she actually told anything about herself, but if she did, none of us can recall it. They then told my mom and grandpa that they had a gift for my sister, and I admit, I was kind of jealous upon hearing that. Of course, she was getting a gift. The woman pulled some letters out of her purse and showed them to my mom and sister. She told us that she was pen pals of a sort with Princess Kate. I later would learn from my mom that the letters were basically automatic replies, not actual letters from Kate herself. So nothing special, really. It's like the equivalent of getting the answering machine to a secretary in the mail. But nonetheless, my mom went along with it. Then, to my surprise, the woman she had... Blah, 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 blah. Booyakacha. Blah, blah. Brad Pitt. My goodness, good sir. With the 5 says, I feel you. The same rush I used to get from video games I now get from working hard and taking care of my family. It's hard to game like I used to. Hey, I feel you. I definitely feel that way too. Like lately, I'm like, fuck, dude. I feel like I don't know. I just feel inclined towards, like creating and like accomplishing and it's not that video games kind of simulate that experience as far as accomplishments go, but at the end of the day, that's what they kind of are, just like simulations. You know, like, I don't know, working your way up to level 40 to unlock some type of mount on World of Warcraft. It's not a bad thing, you know, to do, but I almost feel like I'd much rather, like, I don't know, like, build a home or, you know, and I don't know, some shit and I don't know. Yeah, lately I've been sort of like getting to that age where I'm like, fuck, man, I feel like I really need to, I don't know how or when or why or whatever it happens. Maybe I'll get immaculately pregnant or something, but I think it would be cool to have kids and a wife and all that good stuff. Sam Pie with the 5 says, thanks for helping me concentrate while I study. You're welcome, Sam. What are you up to? Oh, you're studying. That's right. You just said that. And Brad with the 5 and the smile. Thank you, Brad. Thank you. You got good hair genetics from your mom's side. I'm Jelly. Jelly Belly. Then, to my surprise, the woman said she had a gift for me. But unlike the gift from my sister, which had been in her purse, she said mine was put in her car. Red flags immediately went up in my head. There was no way I was going with this random lady alone out to her car. My mom, to this day, I have no idea what she was thinking, told her that I could go, so long as my grandpa went with me. My grandpa gave my mama, "What are you talking about? Why should she go with them?" look and turned to me. I hesitated, but we walked out with the 2 women. At this point, knowing the head woman was a church official, I figured she was going to give me a Bible or something. My grandpa, he was in his late 50s at the time, seemed uneasy and stuck close to me. As we had approached her car, I saw that it was in fact not a car at all. It was a van. A white van. Cliché, I know, but it's the God-honest truth. We followed the 2 women over, and the leader, Brad Pitt with the 5 with another smile. Thank you, Brad. Smile right back at you. So my kids can grow up in a dystopian future. That is a little bit of a fear of having kids, is like, what is the future going to be like? I mean, I don't know. I don't fucking know. I mean, there was some pretty bad... I mean, can you imagine having kids during fucking World War I and II, or just literally any war, or being in, I don't know, being in Germany during that shit, or, you know, literally any historical time in which there was, like, severe violence. It's like, humanity finds a way, you know what I mean? Like, and people have, you know, families and raise families even whenever, like, the threat to their family is very direct, you know, let alone a hypothetical future of dystopian that's kind of only really fed into our mind from sort of media narratives and that kind of thing, usually very hysterical narratives. But I don't know. I feel like there's some type of, like, just biological imperative in a lot of us to, like, kind of push on our progeny, you know what I mean, to have something of ourselves that lives on. And it's, you know, it sounds kind of selfish, but I mean, obviously I feel like I would try my best to be a good father and Husbando. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Can't just... Earth is not perfect, but at the same time, we live in a pretty fucking good... Like, at least here in the United States, I feel like I'm very blessed and fortunate to be in the United States at this time in history, because there's other parts in the past. Like, I remember hearing a point where it was like, even... Remember Rockefeller back in the 20s? I remember hearing a good point. It was like, even he probably is jealous of, or would be jealous of the antibiotics that are available today widely to the majority of the population, whereas they weren't available at the time to, potentially save his son from death from an infection, and he was, I believe Rockefeller was oil money, you know what I mean? Like, which was big back then. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, there's so many bad things in the world, but sometimes you really have to think about how fortunate you are no matter where you're at, otherwise you're just going to dwell in the negative all the time, and I just don't really think that's worth it. Like, there's so many people that argue their way into a hole, you know what I mean? That patriotic American propaganda is getting in your head. I don't need patriotic American propaganda to look at my life right now comparatively to history, to various other parts of the world, and not be thankful. You know what I mean? You don't need propaganda to think that way. You can just be a thankful person, It's to, like, equate every good and respectful thought to propaganda based on where you're at, because it's not just, I could say the same thing if I existed in Japan. I could say the same thing if I exist anywhere that has a relatively strong functioning society with a chance of, an average lifespan of up to 70 plus years. That's pretty fucking good historically, you know what I mean? It's just the privilege. I'm just gonna move on. We followed the two women over, and the leader walked over to the passenger side. We were right behind her, but had failed to notice the other woman lagging behind and placed herself between us and the exit between the van and the other car. The lead woman was in front of us, meaning we were boxed in, no way out. The leader unlocked her doors and pulled open the sliding door, ducking inside. My grandpa seemed to tense up, his eyes darting around. He had noticed the other woman was blocking us off and was on edge, and he had a bad feeling about this and was fully prepared to fight these women to save me if need be. Then, something I never would have dreamed of happened. The woman, after rummaging around her van, I couldn't sleep, no worries. Yeah, I mean, a dual perspective is good to have, It's just like, it's not like I'm like wildly optimistic about about our sad reality where everything is kind of like rule of the jungle, but at the same time, like, I have to be thankful to wake up in the morning and have fresh drinking water. I have to be thankful to wake up and have countless choices of outfits to choose from, that keep me from being cold, during the winter, a den to lay my head, and I'm on the fucking internet communicating with people in various parts of the world, and I could go get food at fucking 3 a.m. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, obviously there's so many negative things you could dwell on, but like, eventually you gotta just look introspectively for 1 second and be thankful. Brad Pitt with another 5 says, I wanted to be a single father forever, or you wanted to be single forever and focus on business. There's a switch innately that triggers the most love you can ever feel is when you meet your kid. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that would be a sense of selflessness that is pretty unmatched, and it just sort of innately comes to you. Do I think Parmesan cheese smells like ass? It's okay. It definitely has its distinct stench to it. Yeah, Amanda, send in some stories. Reddit.com/r/letsreadofficial or letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. Ever thought about doing a Q&A live stream that would keep the BUSSIN train going? Yeah, I mean, pretty much every stream is sort of like a Q&A, but it's a little bit like less organized towards that, where essentially because I've pretty much answered almost every question anybody could imagine to ask over the course of my streaming career here. But I guess it's just about like kind of catching the right question that you're curious about. Yeah, gratitude is very good to have. Wait until they're a teenager. Yeah. I don't know. How do you train your kids up to be not like, I guess you just have to spend time with your kids I don't know if that's true, but I assume like the more time you spend with your kid when they're younger, the less likely they are to resent you as they get older, or like want to get away from, I don't know, you know what I mean? The woman, after rummaging around in her van, emerged wielding a sword. And not some fake prop sword that you get at Party City or something. A legit sword, glinting in the gray autumn light, its hilt adorned with details and jewels. I just about soiled my pants. I thought this was the end. I was going to die by the blade of some psychotic church official in the parking lot of a rural buffet. My grandpa's eyes went wide, and I saw his hands clench into fists, and he prepared to knock this woman out. This seemed to go in slow motion, taking forever, but was only a few seconds. And then as my life flashed before my eyes, this woman asked us what our names were. The sword was still in her hand, and she didn't swing it at us. I was terrified, thinking the woman was the kind of killer who likes to know her victims' names before doing the deed. I told her my name. She then performed a small ceremony, reciting some religious statements, and lowered the blade to touch both of our shoulders, one at a time. Both. Silver Zom with the 5. Thank you, Silver. Thank you. I know, this person's got a fucking sword. Legend of Zelda shit right here. You and your daughter and I were buds until teenagehood hit. Then they want their freedom away from you and think they're 25. Yeah, I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, that's all you, in my mind, I feel like all you could really do is give them that freedom. But, like, I guess at that point, all you can think is, like, well, maybe not be their friend anymore. Like, not necessarily be their enemy, but just understand your role now, kind of like, and I could be wrong. I'm not a parent, I want to say that, but I almost feel as if though maybe not be their necessarily buddy anymore, or, be it as you can be, but understand that now your role is just to make sure that they don't fuck up, you know what I mean? Like, and make sure that they have the guidance they need to make good decisions as an adult and be an adult, essentially, as they transition into adulthood. But I can understand how difficult that would be as they want to sort of distance themselves and stuff. Brad with the 5 says, we only perceive the world from our senses, light being electric impulses that are tools to go beyond for perspective, much important duality of negative and positive. Yeah, be their mentor. Thank you, Brad. Yeah, that's a good point. It is kind of weird, like, our eyes kind of give us our perception of what reality is. I told her my name. She then performed a small ceremony, reciting some religious statements, and lowered the blade to touch both of my shoulders, one at a time. She then brought it down to my head, and raised it, bringing it in front of herself, straight into the air, and proclaimed me, Sir, insert my name, a knight of God. She asked the same of my grandpa, and after getting his name, did the same for him. She told us that she hoped we liked our gifts, and still shell-shocked, we thanked her, and my grandpa and I left the two women. We speed-walked inside, found our table, and proceeded to fill my mom in on what just happened. She didn't believe us at first, but we soon convinced her. My grandpa and I both scolded her for making us go with those women. My grandpa was especially angry. If that woman had other intentions with that sword, we both would be dead. The women didn't come back over to us, and oddly enough, we didn't see them when leaving. We never saw those women again, and suffice to say, I'm glad. They weirded me out, and I just hoped they went back to Delaware where they belonged. Maybe they could knight some other random strangers along the way. It's been half a decade now since the day my grandpa and I were proclaimed knights. My close friends sometimes refer to me as Sir, insert my name, which I find funny. I never let my mom live that down either, prodding her about it whenever I get the chance, all in good fun, of course. It's also a fantastic story to tell people and get them interested in you, and no one I've met has been able to top me when we get to sharing. Now, one last thing that has always lingered in the back of my mind, something that still unsettles me to this day. About 2 weeks prior to this event, there had been some beheadings a few states over that made the news. It makes me wonder, could it have been those two ladies? Was I knighted by a murderer? Sir, insert your name here. Watch your kids, especially around those you trust. We won't go there. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. She's casting a spell, yeah. You're slowly melting into your bed, so if I stop typing the chat, have a great night, everyone. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Alright, oh my god, man, I am drained. Brain drained. Does anyone know about the beheadings and stuff? Hey Jen, how are you? Have I heard Corpse Husband's song with Machine Gun Kelly? I think I listened to a little bit of it. I don't know. I didn't really vibe with it. Like, I like, what the fuck's his name? Like Ghosty Mane, you know what I mean? Like that type of shit. Tech Nine, all those people that kind of have like, I'm not sure if that's correct or not, but those people that kind of have that same sort of flow that Corpse is going for, if you're familiar with them. Probably some definite, inspirational individuals for Corpse. But, I'm just, I don't know. Just, I think, like, I'm proud of him and the fact that I know for a fact that he has taken something, like he is literally realizing his dream, especially when it comes to like music and stuff. Like I think that he can be, like he has the chance, potentially, I don't know how, I don't know when, but I feel it in me bones, in my boner, that he will realize some sort of, like he has a really strong marketing skill, or he's very marketable as sort of like, you know what I mean? Like that sort of like darker, emo, but like sort of like, popular on Twitter type of thing, like can really like penetrate the hearts of, I don't know, that audience and that kind of thing. And then has like, and because of that sort of internet success, is going to be able to like propel that in some fashion to eventually either cutting a record deal if he hasn't already, I don't fucking know, but like, or like, the fact that he worked with Machine Gun Kelly, that's pretty big, and obviously from there, I can only imagine his ascent to potential stardom, and especially making that kind of like darker hip rap stuff, more palpable to a larger audience, the likes of like Ghosty Mane style stuff. I hope I'm saying that right. Is it just Ghost Mane or Ghosty Mane? I don't even know. But I definitely see him to be very marketable, as weird as that sounds, as a weird analysis of it. So I hope it works out. You know, I mean, obviously, every day it seems like he's growing. You know, and you know, Among Us was obviously the thing that really propelled that. But I imagine like if he wanted to continue doing Let's Plays with different stuff and wanted to experiment, he always has that to sort of keep him supported as he continues to direct his musical passions in whatever way he so desires, because he can pretty much do what he wants now, you know. Yuyo Sigla with the 5 says, McDonald's breakfast is good. Let me know, chat. What do you guys think? McDonald's breakfast? Honestly, I like McDonald's breakfast. I think it's fucking great. The more butter, the better. Thank you, Yuyo. And Brad Pitt with the 5 says, have you ever blazed to get immersed before narration? I have not. No, I did a drunk stream. And I almost felt like I was better at reading when I was drunk, as weird as that sounds. But I also slurred my lurds. I slurred my lurds. Wendy's and BK breakfast is awesome too. Do I mess with Snot? I don't think I've heard of Snot. Technicians for life. Joel, proud dad. I'm a proud dad of Corpsey Husbando. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know. You know, like, Corpse can do whatever he wants. Like, I mean, if, like, that's the only thing that might hold him back to a degree. If you think about Drake, like, I've tried my hardest. I know that sounds a little pretentious, but I've tried my fucking hardest to not listen to Drake. But I gotta say, over the course, I've never seen an artist quite like Drake who has maintained. Maybe like Post Malone a little bit, you know, and at least in the modern era. You know, I won't get into Michael Jackson or be comparative that way, but like, you know what I mean? Like, guys like Drake, Post Malone, they always seem to like time up their new hits well. And I don't know what it is, like Drake songs, the really popular ones, they're always like stuck in my head. I remember I had this one Drake song on repeat, and it's not like I'm stoked about the character of Drake, who he is. But wherever the fuck he steals his beats, you know, I'm feeling it. You know, I don't know. I'm a Nurse with the 5 says, do you ever get sad at some of the stories you read? I just watched the Japanese one where the girl was tortured and it put me in a huge funk. Yeah, that one really actually got a lot of people down, and that was very sad. I do sort of like, I mean, I read them because they're the morbid reality of Earth is kind of like what my channel is all kind of based around. You know, that one was very dark, so... But, yeah, some of them do get me down, especially the one where it was about the girl in South America. I forget what country it was, but she was just at a high school, a little 5-year-old girl, went to get some water, or went to the bathroom or something, and the parents were like, yeah, sure, you know. And fucking somebody, I don't know who the fuck, and I don't think they solved the case, to be honest with you, stabbed this little girl 50 times. 50 fucking times. And left her body inside of the janitor's closet, and that's how they found her. And I was just thinking, like, holy fuck, because the dad was like a speaker there at the high school or whatever, that wherever they were. You know, I like, you know, you'd be unfucking consolable. You would be like, am I in a nightmare? Am I in an actual fucking nightmare? And you know what I mean? Like, and the worst part was, it was like hearing about how they went about like trying to solve it. It seemed as if though the school and you know, the school seemed as if though they were trying to cover it up too, which was a little weird. Anyone remember Kaylee Elise? She left YouTube over the depression her crime content was causing her. Yeah, I remember Kaylee Elise. We actually, yeah, we collabed together on like some cabin stories. I think it was on one of her videos. That was a while ago. And I can, you know, that would be a very tough thing to always be doing, is like, because she put a lot of work into her content from what I remember, and, you know, it was like reading fucking sad shit, researching sad shit all the time, and then, you know, essentially, I think one of the tougher aspects of YouTube, and especially someone who works in the negative content, which just sort of adds to it, But when it comes to YouTube, you're very socially isolated, as weird as that sounds. Like, I'm fortunate where I have family, I have friends, you know, I have places I can go, and I try to maintain that social aspect of life. But because you don't have like work friends, which are really important to like making new friends as well and making new connections, if you don't have those things, it can get very stagnant. If you're always kind of ruminating in true crime content and depressing content, and then also social media, you know, as a content creator, I'm on social media all the fucking time. And fuck that, you know, fuck Twitter. Like, I don't care if you like Twitter, fuck Twitter. Twitter sucks. It's full of toxic people, and it's a very toxic place full of just arguments. And no matter how hard I fucking try to get the memes on Twitter, it's like Twitter has like an agenda that they want you to hear about negative shit all the fucking time, and they force it down your throat, even though I say, I'm not interested in this. And I hope like doing that enough times will make them stop fucking forcing shit down my throat. But it's like, there's been many a times where I'm like, I should delete my fucking Twitter. Just delete my fucking Twitter. You can get away from it forever. But, you know, social media is helpful for reach. I mean, even though it's really not that helpful, there's probably like 2,000 people that see my tweets and click on them. I don't fucking know. Anyways, long story short, social isolation, social media, just fuck all that shit, man. Like, if you're gonna do YouTube, that's one thing I advise. Like, sometimes it's best to get your life figured out before you get into it, so that you kind of like have those outlets. Brad Pitt with the 5 says, also, when the story has immersed you, it's almost think, what would I do in this situation? So when it happens, it's like, oh, only I know what to do. Yeah, I have heard people say that stories, yeah, I mean, a lot of people have said they've listened to like the stories and stuff, and it's like helped them learn, you know what I mean? Like help them like imagine themselves in that situation and figure it out, like, or be prepared for it rather, or like recognize the red flags, which I think is a cool thing. It's almost like a lot of these stories are educational, you know. Twitter and Discord are pretty toxic. Well, Discord's interesting because it's like not like Discord's not really like an amalgamation of like one overarching like cancel culture bullshit. Like Discord, you can actually like create one for your friends. Like I've created one. I find that my Discord's pretty positive, especially lately, and try to keep the culture lighthearted, not, you know, down people's throats about stupid shit, you know, and not very argumentative and positive. So Discord, I think, just depends on which Discord server you join, you know. K-pop stans. I don't even know. I don't really get that. Like, if you're a fan of something, like, what's the point of being, like, I don't know. What's the point of going at someone's throat for potentially just being, like, a troll? Like, you're just playing into their troll, essentially. Okay, I think this is actually a paranormal story, if anybody's stoked about that. Wait, you're a K-pop stan. It gets frustrating when your fans only use the SMS, so you want to delete it, but you can't. What's SMS? Yeah, Reddit's, like, every social media starts to have, like, a curated, like a curated narrative, like an overarching like zeitgeist about it, where there's like a spirit that controls like almost everyone's like overall energy, and usually what ends up happening is it starts to only attract those specific people. You know, I'm on Reddit, but I'm on like a lot of like different like smaller subreddits and stuff that I look at. Like the big ones, I mean, the biggest one I look at is probably like r/what-the-fuck, because that one's nice because it doesn't really have like, there's no like pretentious people. A lot of people on there have like a dark sense of humor, you know what I mean? And you see a lot of like crazy shit. But yeah, overall, it seems like every piece of social media kind of has like a direction, sort of, that it's taking things, and it just gets annoying because it just like, you're like, where's the new people? You know, where are the people like? And then they always like group up on each other. You know, like you feel so powerful by clicking that downvote button. You know, all 6 of you, you're so strong. You really, really spoke your mind there by clicking the downvote. SNS is social media. Oh, okay. You love ASMR Zeitgeist. Yeah, doesn't he have some like, I think I've seen that channel. Doesn't he have some like really, really fucking high quality, like video quality or something? Joel is a boss. One boss me. Dab on him. Social networking services. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that they got to be on there. I mean, it's just like another way to market yourself or whatever. Does Instagram have that same thing? Instagram is actually more curated to like what you're into. So like, and they do it really quickly. So like if you are looking up, you know, Pokemon videos or puppy videos or cat videos and you like those, or you like art, you know, things that they're hashtagged with, it'll show you content very similar. And YouTube does that too. So you honestly get more of a vibe that you want to go on, you want to go onto those social media sites because you actually enjoy the little bit of dopamine rush that you get. Maybe not necessarily a rush, but the dopamine release that you get from, you know, the little subculture stuff you enjoy. You know what I mean? So, but for whatever reason, other ones aren't intelligent, I guess. Like Twitter's dumb. In my opinion, I think Twitter is dumb. And mainly just because they're not intelligent how they run their site. They have like what they want you to see rather than like what you want to see, and their algorithm figures that out. Which then, in my opinion, is only just going to continue to generate less user base and therefore less revenue, or what, you know, whatever they do, data collection of your shit and sell it to overseas and sell it to advertisers, like, and they won't have any curated advertising. You know what I mean? Like, it's like they're just hemorrhaging money whenever they try to like force bullshit on people, or like force a certain culture. Like, it's just stupid. It's a waste of time. You feel like half of Insta is ads and bots? Maybe. Have you ever felt a strong presence from the woods? A feeling like you're being watched? Well, the truth is something is watching you from the trees and shadows. Monsters hide in the woods, preying on the innocent and striking quickly. They won't stop. They never will. This is my story, and I hope it serves as a warning to all about the wood. Wait. Oh, wait, is this This might be a creepypasta. I was tired and hungry, but at worst of all, I was terrified knowing that more of those things were out there. Guys, I think this might be a creepypasta, and I thought it was a paranormal story. So I'm not gonna read that. Because it kind of, you know, like when you can tell it's like a narrative. You always think of Joel from The Last of Us. You're gonna beat me to death with a golf club. Spit on me. Spoiler alert. Anyone have Tumblr? I've never... Tumblr. So this was known as... Oh, fuck. There are things hiding in the woods. I don't know, maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the point of, yeah, Twitter and Facebook, is that, like, that's like their shtick. Maybe along the way, Twitter and Facebook have found out that, like, if we can get people angry, they'll want to come back because they think that they have to prove something, or maybe they found out that people actually enjoy the feeling of being angry and scared and all this kind of stuff, and maybe that's the whole point of, like, Twitter. I don't know. Angry and scared. I'm both scared and angry. You found a trap in the mountain river with clothes still in it, but the body washed away. Yikes. That's fucking scary. You should definitely send that story in. Doesn't even matter if there's... I remember I went on Tumblr before, but it was like basically to look at this one page called like 70s sci-fi art or something. You mean like the News in America? Yeah, the News in America is... It's definitely gone downhill. I don't know what the fuck happened. But like I don't know what the fuck happened. It's like they must have figured it out too, that like essentially... I don't know. People like to be scared and naked and afraid. Everyone wants to be naked and afraid, and that's what we want the news to be. So this was when I was around 7. My younger sister was 4 and my older sister was 14. I wasn't the brightest, but then again I was 7. I live in the UK. We went to Tesco, this big shop, with our parents, and me and my little sister got separated from our parents and older sister because we needed to go to the toilet. My older sister sorta came with us, but didn't fully come all the way to the toilets. The toilets are near the entrance of the shop. It was quite big as well, so it was easy to get lost. Anyway, me and my sister finished going to the toilet and whatnot, and we came out and saw our sister wasn't there, so we weren't really sure what to do. We were looking around to see where she was. This was all whilst we were near the entrance. At the same time, some red-headed guy with wellies approached us. Oops. What the fuck are wellies? Everyone wants the next spectacle. No, it's true. Everyone does want the next spectacle. And the worst part, I think the most embarrassing part, is people that are like really into drama and shit like that. Like their attention spans are so short that it's like they make a big deal out of something, they hashtag it on Twitter and yippity yappity yuda, and then they just don't care the next week. Like they just lose absolute interest with whatever the spectacle was that week and are on to the next thing to be worked up about. And I don't know. It just doesn't really add a lot of credibility to their initial frustrations, as if though they really just only participated in it because it was some sort of like daytime drama, you know what I mean? It's kind of embarrassing. At the same time, some red-headed guy with wellies approached us, and he told us that he'd help us. I can't fully remember how he knew we were looking for our sister because it was a while ago, but I remember him saying, "I can take you to your sister, yeah?" So he held our hands and started walking the opposite way where we were supposed to go inside the shop. I don't really remember what me and my little sister did. I think we just kept walking with him, unfortunately. At around the same time, our older sister saw us walking out and came up to us and said to the man, "Oh, thanks for helping them, but I can take them back to our parents." And she held our hands and took us back. It was quite unusual, I guess, but that's what I remember. I did bring it up to my older sister a few months ago, and she says she remembers it, and the guy definitely was trying something shady. Welly is short for Wellingtons. Rainproof boots. Oh, interesting. He got his wellies on. Hey, Night Van. Thanks for stopping by. I like being naked, and I'm easily scared. You knew the Afghanistan sniper from American Sniper? I've never seen that movie. That's with Paul Blart. This happened a long time ago, over 10 years back, and I hadn't thought about it much until a few similar posts jogged my memories, so I thought I'd share it now. My boyfriend, now husband, and I had recently moved into our first place together, and we were still settling in after a month or two. It was a large suite in an older high-rise building that was attached to 3 other buildings in the same complex, via an attached underground area which included a gym, some stores, and a pub. Super weird, but a lot of the tenants were long-timers and frequented the businesses down there since it was convenient. All buildings also shared on-site security, located in the same weird underground layer. We had nothing to compare it to, but looking back onto... Nature is tasty. Do I wear glasses? I could. You'll never know. I could have 120 sight. One big eye, one little eye. Oh, man. Who was that soldier who lied about all the stuff he did in Iraq or something? It was Chris something? IDK. I don't remember. Chris Hansen, maybe? Wait, all share on similar. We had nothing to compare it to. But looking back on it, the place was incredibly weird, and there were some minor red flags before we even moved in. When we first met the building manager to view the place, we couldn't view the actual unit because the current tenant wouldn't allow the manager into the suite. She showed us the identical unit one floor down and assured us that the lock would be changed, all carpets would be replaced, and that the place would be painted so we didn't need to worry about any damage or anything. I would never move into a place... I would never move into a place a place sight unseen. Okay. I would never move into a place unseen now, but at the time we were young and dumb and just wanted to get out of our parents' house, so we agreed and arranged to move in. Luckily, the place was really nice and in good shape when we moved in, so that didn't end up being a problem. The suite itself was great, but the other tenants on our floor were really odd. Most of them have lived there for years and didn't leave their apartment much and weren't particularly friendly. The guy next door was around our age, but played EDM 24 hours a day at full blast. How he slept, I'll never know. So we often had security pounding on our door for misdirected noise complaints. Turned out, that was about all security was there for, as they came up a lot due to complaints from the units below us. I don't think it was ever once due to us making noise, but who knows. The building managers were also super weird and always up in everyone's business. She patrolled the hallways daily and asked super personal questions, then acted offended if you didn't want to answer them. She was another one who'd lived there forever and was a bit of a drunk on building manager power or something. In general, the vibe was just awkward there. We both worked jobs at the time that had us starting early in the morning and finishing up work in the early afternoon, and this day was no different. We were both home by 3 p.m. and hanging out in the apartment watching TV. I watch and read a lot of scary stuff and am a bit paranoid, so I always made it a habit to lock both the deadbolt and security chain from the inside of the front door when we were both at home. This day was no exception. Eventually, our late afternoon TV watching shifted into early evening intimacy, and afterwards we both drifted off since we had woken up so early for work that day. I was in and out of sleep, so the background noise of the apartment was slipping in and out of my consciousness. I could hear the TV every so often, and at one point I stirred awake because I could have sworn I heard the sound of the door unlocking. I glanced in the direction of the door once I opened my eyes, but looked closely and didn't hear any further noises like knocking or anyone in the hallway. I figured I must have heard something on the television rather than in the apartment and fell back asleep. We both woke up about an hour later, and my boyfriend mentioned that he woke up at one point because he could have sworn he heard someone trying to get into the apartment. This seemed way too weird to be a coincidence, so we both got up to examine the door and see what the noise could have been. Someone had intended... Oops. You guys are talking about Chris Kyle. I honestly have never heard of him. Someone had indeed unlocked the door. The deadbolt was unlocked, even though we both saw that it was locked that afternoon after I got home, and the door was propped open on the frame resting against the security chain, which was still secured. This spooked us both, since whoever it was obviously had a key, yet didn't knock or announce their presence before trying to enter the unit. They also didn't try to cover up the fact that they had tried to come in, as it was super obvious that they had tried to gain access but couldn't. That part bothered me the most because I wondered what would happen if they tried again and we weren't home, or maybe they had been inside already prior to that day. We never found out who it was, and to this day I have no idea if they tried to gain access at any other point. Nothing ever seemed out of place or removed, so it's impossible to know for sure. We lived there for almost 2 years afterwards and didn't have another experience like this one. Plenty of other weird and annoying ones, but none this creepy. The only people who should have had copies of the keys to our unit would be the building manager and possibly security or maintenance workers, but any of those individuals should have announced their presence and notified us if they needed to come into our unit. They also had in the past, so no reason to think this situation would be any different. And no one knocked later that night or any other day that week or the next, which I would expect if one of the parties needed something from us or access to our unit. The only other theory I have is that maybe it was the weird former tenant who still had keys to the place if the manager was dishonest about changing the locks. Or maybe he made extra copies or something. No clue why he'd come back, and that seems like the most far-fetched explanation, but also the creepiest. I wish I knew, since it still bugs me that we never figured out this mystery before we moved. Whoever it was, we were all lucky the security chain was secured that day, or that would have been a very awkward and nudity-filled home invasion. Nudie Magazine Day. Your eyes are heavy, big yawns. Big yawns, man, big yawns. Let it all out. I'm tired, guys. What the fuck? It is almost 3, but oh fuck my butt, dude. These fucking stories are kind of long. Well, not that long. I'm gonna grind it out. We got it. The Holy Canadian with a 5 Canadian maple syrup dose says, "You're the only reason I get sleep or schoolwork done." Oh, nice. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Holy Field Canadian. Mr. the Holy. Oh, my Lord.
Hey, listen.
You guys are talking about some heavy shit. It seems like big moons for the big yawns. Awoo. Awoo. Chills. You can head out. Hour 2. Peace out, my friend. Have a good one. Grind it out, fam. We love you. It's grind time. Start to grind. Grind my bones. Grind my boner to make my bread. Okay. Okay. Cut that last part out. Sandra, you're dozing off. Couldn't say anything. I can't wait till the next stream. Good night to you and Purdue. Thank you, Sandra. Good night. Good night. You listen to my stories for like 10 trillion hours a week. Hell yeah. You better. Just kidding. Thank you. Your virtual Escalade in GTA. Hell yeah. What's my next story? Man dressed as a clown snatched a toddler from my sister's arms. Let's go. This one should be good, actually. We were... Oh, no, fuck. Full moon soon? I think the full moon already happened. Let's see, when was the full moon this month? Full moon calendar. I want to see the next full moon. Did you ever like... Wait. Full moon was the 28th. Yeah, 3 days ago was the full moon. I thought so. I was like, that moon is big as shit. Look at that moon. Look at that moon. It's big. How'd that moon get so big? And no one ever knew. No one knew why the moon was so big. Even though I asked. So politely, too. Your boyfriend hates the stories? That's okay. No worries. Have you ever done a face reveal? I have not. A baby snatching clown. That should be the title of the video. A baby snatching clown? Question mark? Question marky? Okay. Among Us horror stories when? Fucking never. Get that dog shit game away from me. We were on a family holiday abroad years ago. I think I was 14 at the time. My sister's 16 at the time, and the toddler was our cousin. She was maybe 2 years old, maybe a bit older. So we headed out during the evening to have dinner, and just after that we'll walk through the towns and maybe stop at a few bars for drinks. As we're walking through this town, a man who was, I'll say, badly dressed as a clown approached my sister. Bear in mind, my sister is afraid of clowns, no matter how good or badly dressed they are. She was carrying our cousin on her hip, and the clown looked at our cousin and said hello to her, making her laugh as clowns do. My sister, on the other hand, just froze. I was standing by watching this happening, kind of laughing at the fact that my sister was soiling herself. I was kind of a savage sister. And next thing, without asking or anything, he takes my cousin from my sister, and then of course I thought, whoa, hey. I shouted over to my parents and my aunt and uncle. My dad comes over and says, hey, what do you think you're doing with my niece? I'm trying to get her back. Wait, what? What do you think you're doing with my niece? Oh, it's just me. Funko the Clown. We need this little kid for ingredients to make balloon animals. Bear in mind, my sister is afraid of clowns. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, what do you think you're doing with my niece? As he was trying to get it. Okay, they forgot it. Fucking whatever, doesn't matter. Joel is Joel from Vine Sauce? What's Vine Sauce? Joel is a sex bot? True, true. I was purchased on Amazon. I'm so high nothing can hurt me. This is not clickbait, guys. Not. I'm getting up again to smoking and no sudden movements. Alright, I'll keep real still for you. I dressed up the clown to make more content. My dad comes over and says, hey, what do you think you... My dad comes over and says, hey, what do you think you're doing with my niece? As he was trying to get her back out of his arms. But when he tried to get her, the clown would just turn away or push my dad back. The clown says, I thought you'd like to take a photo. Do you not want to take a photo? My aunt comes over, but scared out of her mind, thinking that clowns are trying to kidnap her daughter. We all just gather around the clown, trying to pry my cousin from this clown's arms, but every time, he just kept pulling away or pushing back. And the next thing, my dad had enough. He approached the clown and said, let go of my niece right now, and grabbed him by the neck. In the end, he put her down, and my dad picks her up and hands her to his sister-in-law, and the guy just casually says, oh, okay, too bad. You don't want to take a photo. And hands my cousin a lollipop. We just headed back to the hotel. Kind of thought nothing of it, but the next day we saw him again as we were at a restaurant, and this time he took someone else's kid, like away from the parents, into some room. My dad had spotted him as he came out of the toilets and stopped him, thinking he grabbed my cousin again, but it was someone else. But he headed back to the table and ate his dinner, but then for a second he felt something wasn't right, so he went back to the clown's room. I didn't know what went down when he went back, but he came back out holding this other kid's hand and asked her where her parents were, assuming that they were in the same restaurant, but they weren't. They were at some other place. My dad took the kid back to her parents and said, don't let that clown anywhere near your kids, and told them what he tried to do with my cousin. I was kind of freaking out, thinking this clown... The clown! Ah! Jesus Christ. Doing laundry and smoking weed is dynamite. They were at some other place. My dad took the kid back to her parents and said, "Don't let that clown anywhere near your kids," and told them what they tried to do with my cousin. Shokugeki no Soma. What's that mean? Oh. I need to stretch. Oh my fucking god. I'm fucking sore. Alright, how's everybody feeling? What are you guys thinking about? Don't ever change, unless it's your clothes. You let me watch. Thanks, bro. I wrote that did best on my channel. A sequel comes out in November. I'm helping them promote, so I figured I want to collabs with people I know way in advance. So maybe we could do something similar to what you did with the horror stories from the clown a few years back, and that don't turn around could write scary blah 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 blah. Channel around the time my book comes out as a way to send traffic. Yeah. Alright, another content creator would like to do a collaboration. What do you guys think about that? What is it? Shokugeki no Soma. What the hell? Shokugeki. Oh, I see. Shokugeki no Soma. Cool. Cool, bro. Anime's sick, bro. Thanks. Texas probably be last. What about Texas? What about Tejas? My name is Shen. I live in France. It was 2017 when the story happened. We had my half-brother and I, 18 and 19 years old, living in France. Only the mother of my half-brother, she lives in Morocco, and so every year we spend a little time and stay there as he goes to see her. I had my license at the time, so we had the idea to go by car and go through Spain in order to visit a bit. We take the road from the French Riviera. 3 days of driving we expect, including of course the 2 nights at the hotel. Everything is going well in Spain. It is time to take the boat from the port of Malaga to Morocco, where we arrive in Tangier. It is around 5:30 when we arrive at the hotel in Rabat. A dangerous man. The inspector explained there was a way of working the hostess spots people passing by the hotel who were foreigners. When she transport license plates, they can recognize the target. That's why she insisted to take the road to Casablanca. They rob people. Oh, okay. So this one actually seems pretty scary. It's just that it's like, looks like they said it a written like second language. So it's like the grammar is really all over the place. And I'm getting very, very lazy. Weed legalization. I do kind of find that funny. Like, why is the legalization of weed such a divisive topic when it comes to politics? Because it's like, you would imagine both sides could just agree to getting high, you know? Like, I get that there's like sort of that like conservative Christian aspect of the right, but like, for the most part, I couldn't imagine there's a lot of people on the right that would really give a fuck about that, let alone, unless there's some sort of like money involved to keep things, you know, because a lot of alcohol companies, believe it or not, are huge, like huge fucking lobbyists when it comes to keeping marijuana illegal. Obviously you have private prisons and things like that. Like, a lot of people think it just comes down to the sort of like, you know, different theories within the political realm, but I really think money is usually the dictating factor for pretty much everything. Even if you would be aware of it, you know. But yeah, and also if there's no like, but that's the thing is like the government could probably think like, well, let's see how much we're getting for lobbying versus how much we could be making from the taxation of the product and the regulation of the product, which kind of sucks because it's I've heard that even in like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard like areas where weed is legal, sometimes it's like so expensive that the black market doesn't really go away. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like, to some degree, people might still go about illegal means to acquire it, even though they could get it legally in their area. We take the road from the We take the road from the French Riviera. Fuck. Tax income is a pain in the ass. Believe me. Fucking preaching to the choir right here. Fuck taxes. I pay them. Pay all of them. And I hate myself after I do it. We take the road from the French Riviera. 3 days of driving we expect, including of course the 2 nights at the hotel. Everything is going well in Spain. It is time to take the boat from the port of Malaga to go to Morocco, where we arrive in Tangier. It is around 5:30 when we arrived at the hotel in Rabat, a city in Morocco. We are settling in there, everything is fine, and this is where things start to get weird. In booking our room, the hostess was very helpful and professional. However, with my brother, we are starting to find it quite curious. What time exactly are you leaving tomorrow? Do you plan to take breaks on the road? Where exactly are you going? Where exactly is your car parked? She tells us to clean the car. We just make the remark between my brother and I without really dwelling on it. The hostess asks us which road we are planning to take to get to Marrakech. She suggested we take the road towards Casablanca and is very insistent there without giving us time to answer. She told us that it will allow us to see beautiful landscapes, and unfortunately, we followed their advice. The day is breaking. The car has not been watched, but in short, my brother and I are very tired. We slept until noon that day. We decided to visit Tangier a little before hitting the road. It's 10 p.m., and after eating, we decided to hit the road. I prefer driving at night. It makes me more comfortable in these conditions. Everything's going well. We listen to music. We take breaks on some kind of highway air. Having dragged around a bit, it's getting late, and we have 3 hours of road left before arriving, and it's around midnight. We get back on the road. On the highway, there are very high lampposts, some of which were not functional, so there were many areas where it was quite dark. I decided to be extra vigilant. Continuing, I saw a group of nobody, around 7... What the fuck? A group of nobody. My favorite color? I like greenish blue. Seafoam green, maybe. Oh yeah. Imagine, I've known a lot of people that have gone to jail for marijuana. It's so fucking stupid, dude. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely insane. Like, imagine if you could smoke in peace in your house, you know, without that sense of paranoia in relation to, like, the police, you know what I mean? Like, to me, that's just such an insane concept, you know? That if you were, like, of age, whatever legal age they make it, or, you know, or it is in your state, 21, at whatever, like, although it's legal in Colorado, it's still a crime to smoke it in public, so you can go to jail for it. That's stupid. I wonder if, like, if you were to smoke on, like, a trail and, like, a Mountie or something saw you, if they would fucking hurt you. Yeah, I mean, the war on drugs is a terrible thing since fucking Reagan, you know. How many people have gone to jail for these, like, for-profit prisons, shit like that. I mean, that's all it is. It's just a big fucking, like, the legal system, just a massive racket. It's just a huge racket. It's not like, I mean, we all know everybody's tried weed, you know what I mean? Everybody's injected weed, man. You know, so it's like, everybody knows that it's moralistically not something that should be illegal. You just know, you innately know this is not something that should be illegal, but like, it's been illegal for so long that I feel like people are just like, you know, it just goes to show you like how arbitrary laws can be. Like, they're just absolutely arbitrary out of nowhere, but there's clearly a lot of motivation behind it, you know. It's always some sort of lobbyist from external, like, trying to make money. I mean, you saw that episode of Family Guy where they talked about the hemp industry and how essentially the big paper got in the way and saw the hemp was very, you know, a very competitive alternative in the textile industry and that kind of stuff. So you just lobby and you get something illegalized, some bullshit. Rachel Russell, which I don't understand. Like, shouldn't lobbying just be illegal? You know, shouldn't like paying politicians with favors be considered bribery? Shouldn't we just call it what it is? Is lobbying not just bribery? I don't fucking understand that. Like, why the fuck is that legal? And why do we ignore it? Rachel Russell with the 10 says, "Hi Joel, haven't caught a live stream in ages. I'm guessing you're near the end. Hope you're well." Thank you, Rachel. We are kind of near the end. This is the second to last story. It's a little bit hard to read because it's Reagan pressed F and distributed crack into the inner cities. Yeah, I remember like the, you know, because a lot of, I don't know, you've seen that where it's like the CIA like literally working in tandem with the various like growing groups in, whether it's the poppy fields in fucking Afghanistan or the cocaine coming from Colombia. Like it's like, that's like a major source of revenue for them, I guess, on their black market schemes or whatever they're up to. And, you know, and you distribute it into the cities and you fucking just destroy entire areas with highly addictive, highly destructive substances, and fucking sucks, man. Venus Flytrap with the 5 says, "I'm going to sleep for work tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. Hit me up on the Discord for them games. Good night." Nice. Yeah, you probably have to hit me up because I don't think I know, unless you have the same name on there. But yeah, what game we playing? You helped get cannabis legalized here in Colorado. Been in magazines for my advocacy and absolutely regret a lot of going down the legalization route instead of the decriminalization route. Yeah, right. Because, well, yeah, there's a lot more red tape involved with the legalization as opposed to decriminalization. That's fucking stupid, you know? Like, why the fuck can't a politician ever just, like, wake up one day and just think, I am not going to be dog shit today. I'm going to be connected to some reality, to some degree, with the people. Like, I just feel like every fucking decision is made by some major donor's, like, group of lawyers, you know? Some major business has a big fucking room full of lawyers who write up a bill that's 5,000 pages and benefiting only them, and it sits on a shelf for however long until it can just, like, they're waiting for that, they're rubbing their hands together, waiting for the fucking opportunity to push that bullshit through under the guise of it being beneficial for the population. And then you get a bunch of hashtags on Twitter that it's going to help you, and then, oh, lo and behold, here on page 1160, oh, you still go to jail if you smoke it in public, you fucking doofus. You're not a doofus, but you get the idea. Like, it just sucks. It sucks whenever, like, you think something good's going to come out of something and it's just, you know, 9 fucking onion layers of bullshit involved in it. Yeah, a small weed diner or coffee shop would be so cool. I think that would be really cool. GTA 5 Online. You know, I played it when it first came out, but I haven't played GTA in a long time. I honestly would love a Rockstar game if it had more of like, if they ever released like a tactical shooter that had like good shooting controls, I would really like that. I kind of just feel like GTA's like animation system when it comes to like getting into cover or snapping up, like sometimes it's not very precise. Daddy? Question mark? Maybe 12 layers of bullshit. I very much agree, yeah. Yeah, I mean everybody's ready for it, you know, but it's like, it's almost like before everything goes through, it's like everybody's got to get their dollar, you know, everybody's got to get their grimy fucking paws in it so that they can be ready for some big PR push in the media where they start, you know, saying like, we need to do this federally, and then it turns out that you're probably still gonna get the shit taxed out of it, and the government's gonna get fucking 69%, you know, of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just gonna be, it's just such a fucking racket. It's like a giant mob. Everything is going well. We listen to music. We take breaks on some kind of highway air, having dragged out. Dude, I gotta be honest. Fuck, man. This story's so fucking annoying because it's not a big deal. It's gonna be a good story because it sounds like some spooky shit happens near the end, but like it's just the grammar is like, it's like trying to clean up a yard full of fucking rocks. They gotta get 420% of the revenue. Everything is going well. We listen to music. We take breaks on some kind of highway. Having dragged around a bit, it's getting late. We have 3 hours of road left before arriving. And it's around midnight, and then we're back on the road. On the highway, there are very high lampposts, some of which were not functional, so there were many areas where it was quite dark. I decided to be extra vigilant, continuing, and I saw a group, around 7, behind security guardrails. I saw them quite quickly, but they were crouching as if though they were trying to hide while watching the road. My brother at the time was asleep. I keep driving without really asking myself a question, but I found it strange. I put myself in the full headlights. What inspired me to do YouTube? I guess like watching PewDiePie and being like, that guy's an idiot, I think I can do better. And then, you know, I was like, let me try to read stuff. And then I eventually found creepypasta channels. I was like, oh, I guess this is what I should do. And now I'm here. But yeah, my roommates and friends at the time were attempting comedy videos and stuff, and I thought, you know, they know how to do YouTube stuff, maybe I could give it a whirl, you know, because we were always like sort of fantasizing over the concept of YouTube, where you would watch somebody like PewDiePie or Markiplier and just be like, what the fuck? Those guys are fucking millionaires? Really? You know what I mean? Like, and then you're like, well, you know what? Let me stick my fucking dick into the ring here. I put myself in full headlights, and the second I do, I see a man in the right lane. I had to go at 120 to 130 kilometers per hour on the center lane. I slowed down and reduced my speed to about 100 kilometers per hour. The man in question must have been in his 40s, and there he rushes to my car and throws a rock, a rather big stone, into my windshield. I crushed the brake pedal. In the incomprehension of what had just happened, under the shock, I stopped by removing my belt, and by reflex, my eyes directs towards the rearview mirror. I see a dozen people running towards my car. I could not see really well, knowing that it was dark, but I saw that they did not present empty hands. Sticks, picks, all sorts of things. And taken with fear, I clicked the first and crushed the Click the first. What are they talking about? What are they talking about? How did you take off as a YouTuber? Honestly, I want to say it was collaborating with other channels. Like Blame It on George was a big one that I collabed with. Mr. What's his name? Mr. Spooks? No. King Spook. Remember King Spook? I don't know if he still puts out videos, but he was a big one. Collaborated with, and that creepy reading. I remember getting on like Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. I was just like doing collaborations all over the place because it was very easy to do within the creepypasta community. And then eventually with some of the traction that I had, I started doing true scary stories since they were getting popular. And it just sort of like really helped me grow my channel because it was a very popular... I remember initially I actually was kind of trying to avoid true scary stories, but I thought, you know what? Derpa derpa. Sorry, I was reading her name in the chat. Canto Salvo with the 5 says, I listen to you every day at work. Thanks for the great content. You're welcome, my friend. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. This sentence is just so funny. It's like, but I saw that they did not present empty hands. Taken with fear, I clicked the first and crushed the Okay. Thank you again, Salvo. Thank you. But I saw that they did not present with empty hands. They had sticks and picks and various weapons. And overtaken with fear, I clicked my seatbelt and crushed the accelerator pedal. I speak to my brother at that moment while looking in the rear view. He doesn't answer. I turn my gaze to him and he's unconscious. His skull is wide open. Blood is flowing. The stone that had been launched is at his feet. Lost, I don't know what to do. I try to put my hand at the level of the impact that he had on the skull to reduce the blood flowing while driving. And I cry out his first name, but he doesn't respond and doesn't react. And it's late, and there's nobody on the road. And the cars that I see, they don't stop. And I don't know where we are. Where is the hospital? What am I going to do? A man comes up to me. He looks at me. I wave to him that I need help, and he stops. I speak in Arabic. I understand it, but to speak, I have to reflect on my words, and in panic it's not possible, but thankfully he speaks French. I explain the situation to him, and he tells me that he'll come with me to my car and guide me to the hospital, that he just has to get his phone in his car, and that we'll come back to his car by taxi. The situation is strange. It was cold, and why not just guide me from his car? With my brother in the hospital in mind as my only goal, I didn't think about it and accepted. He climbs in the back, and I start to ride. He says apologetically for not introducing himself his name is Saeed, and to take the first exit after about 10 kilometers. I introduce myself in turn by giving my first name. Someone chose to beep in the car. It's the phone. What the fuck? Oh my gosh. You have a cat named Michael Myers? That's awesome. Autumn V Game with the 2. Thank you, Autumn. Thank you, thank you. Are the new Easter stories good? You better fucking believe it, baby. They're actually really good. I liked all of them. You carry a backpack filled with various weapons to walk around the neighborhood. Maybe you get like some nunchucks or something. Okay, someone chose to beep in the car. I don't really understand that phraseology. It's the phone he went to pick up in his car, except that it wasn't a phone but a walkie-talkie. The questions multiply in my head in the conversation. And iced sung. And the conversation... What the fuck? It says, and the conversation M''AN iced sung. What the fuck? I don't know. IDK, bro. It's actually a good story, but it's just like, can't fucking comprehend what they're trying to say. Lucid, no worries, no worries. Am I American? I am. I'm from the United States of America. I heard a beep come from within the car. It's the phone he went to pick up in his car, except that it wasn't a phone, but a walkie-talkie. And all the questions start to multiply in my head. They speak Arabic, and I kind of understand them. I'm Algerian, and the Moroccans have the same language with a few words, except that he doesn't know it. Saeed said to his interlocutor... What is this word? Interlocutor? Interlocutor? What the fuck? The fuck is an interlocutor? I don't know, dude. It's an actual thing? One who takes part in dialogue or conversation. Interlocutor. Interesting. A man in the middle of the line in a minstrel show who questions the end men and acts as leader. Okay. Okay. Lemonade. You're half a bowl from passing out. That's what I like to hear. Saeed said to his interlocutor while speaking Arabic, "It's not them. It's not them. It's not the right first name." The man asks him if he is sure, and Saeed tells him that, yes, she told us the first name, Mark. The guy responds, "He saw your face. Will we have to get rid of him anyway?" And gives him an address to follow. I'm frozen. I look at my brother, who still isn't moving. I try to find a solution to get out of this situation, and I try to keep calm. Saeed tells me not to take the planned exit, but the next time he tells me it'll be easier. Joel, am I vibing? I'm trying to vibe. I'm vibing with you guys, but like, this fucking story is hard to read. It's got interlocutors and all this fucking crazy shit. This guy's got a stone in his head. Saeed tells me. Saeed tells me not to take the planned exit, but the next one, he tells me it'll be easier. So I followed this instruction. If I had refused, he surely would have suspected something. And we exited the planned exit, and 2 minutes passed. It was the 2 longest minutes of my life. I see a vehicle that appears to belong to or a captain police brigade. It's necessary to let them know that I'm in danger, but how do I say it? I decide to put myself at their level, but Saeed says I mustn't do that. And I'm trapped. I'm 5 meters away. I decide to make a single call of the headlight to attract their attention, and they see the windshield totally broken, so they stop me. Saeed raises the tone, and I say to be careful and not to start over, but it's too late. They signal me to stop, and I stop. Saeed tells me, "It's not over," and runs away from the car. We were... Oh my god. Joel's glitching? I'm glitching? Am I glitching? What the fuck is this word? Wait. The gendarmerie? The fuck is this shit? Gendarme? A member of a body of soldiers, especially in France, serving as an armed police force for the maintenance of public order. Gendarme. They were gendarmes. Okay. We all know Joel beats the story. I will defeat this story. I will grab this story by the throat and kiss it. They were gendarmes. I go to them in a panic and explain the situation as best I can in Arabic. They call an ambulance, which arrives quickly. My brother is brought to the hospital, and he is immediately transferred to France, to the military hospital, in which he will be plunged into an artificial coma for 3 weeks. His skull had been broken on the right side above his eye. He lost sight of the right eye. Thankfully, today, everything is better, and he regained his sight little by little, and then takes him. And he regained his sight little by little. Saeed was not found, but the man who threw the stone, 6 point... What the fuck? My brain is glitching. Well, dude, this whole story is fucking glitched. I cannot read it at all. Saeed has not been found, but the man who threw the stone that weighed in at 6.4 kilograms was found and identified. He is known for several beatings in an organized gang, and he's serving a 40-year sentence. And the most shocking is yet to come. The woman who was the hostess was part of the coup, but she disappeared. The inspector explained their way of working to me. The hostess spots people passing by the hotel who she knows are foreigners. When she asks where their car is, it is to transmit the license plate and so they can recognize the target, and that's why she insisted that we take the road to Casablanca. They rob people, get rid of them, and take their cars. However, I explained the conversation between Saeed and the man who threw the stone. When he told him, it's not them, it's not the right name, the inspector told me that they were very lucky then, and that he could not explain the situation to me on that, but surely he knew the reasons. I decided to do some research on my own, and there has already been stories like this where families with infants were attacked, and only the infants disappear. In the end, I think that they were wrong, because when the hostess asked us what time we were going to leave, I said that we were leaving around 5 p.m., but we only left the hotel at 5. We got on the road at 10 p.m. They had our license plate, but not the people they expected, and the group of criminals were probably expecting other people than us. Holy shit balls, that took a while. The Curse of Your Mom. Thanks. Holy shit, this is going to be about 4 hours. Anyone come here from Lazy Masquerade? That's what I like to hear. My terrifying story happened when I was about 16. I'm now almost 21. I've stayed at home only by myself for 2 days. It wasn't something unusual or scary at all, but that night I'll remember for the rest of my life. About 11 p.m., I'd been on my phone talking with my friend when I heard a strange noise outside. It was like someone or something hitting the bin. I thought that maybe it was the neighbor's cat. I told my friend about that, and she laughed and said that maybe it was a ghost. We started joking about that. About an hour later, we finished our conversation. I checked downstairs if all the doors are closed and decided to go to sleep. I brushed my teeth and turned off all the lights. When I was lying in bed, I realized I left my phone downstairs and I had to bring it back. When I got down from the staircase, I looked at the big windows in the living room and froze in fear. In the window, I saw a black silhouette of a human just standing on the patio, staring right into the house. I was so scared that I couldn't even move. After a while, I sprinted to the kitchen, grabbed the phone, and called my uncle. He's a police officer and lives at the same streets, and I was terrified that I only whispered to him, "Someone's standing on the patio." When my uncle arrived, the men on the patio saw a car and began to take off. My uncle hadn't managed to catch him. Then he came into my house and tried to calm me down because I've immediately bursted into tears when I saw him. That night, my uncle stayed at my house and told my aunt to take care of me in their house. And just a few days later, when my parents came home, I got a call from my uncle who told me that just a day ago there was a man standing on the patio of his neighbor's house and the police caught him. He said also that supposedly this man is insane because he kept saying, "I can see you," and laughed the entire time. Well, after several years, I'm still thinking what would happen if I hadn't come downstairs. It's funny, yeah, Pradeep is just now being well, not asked. He's begging to be let back in, but we're almost done here. Just gotta read the outro. Do you guys remember what I wanted to say as the outro? I fucking forget. Anyways, someone think of something funny. Where are the strippers? I don't know. I guess it's just me since I'm naked. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r/Let'sReadOfficial, and give and receive feedback from the community, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And join a live stream to catch an invite to my Discord. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations for just $1 a month on Patreon, and maybe even pick up some Let's Read merch on Spreadshirt. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all these stories in long compilation form and save huge on data, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Links in the bio. Thanks so much, friends. And poopity doopity doop doop doop. Smoked a J and had a drink, listen to bedtime stories by Joel. My internet cut out for some reason, but this is worth the data. Oh yeah. Why does it sound as if it's an actual Let's Read video? Oh, it's because I'm reading it, I guess. I don't know. Oh yeah, cats and sweaters are always better, right? Isn't that what it is? Thanks so much, friends. And remember, cats and sweaters are always better. Cats look better in sweaters. Well, whatever. We got the you get the idea. The only thing cuter than a naked cat is a cat in a sweater. Alright, guys, we have made it to the end. Holy fudge. Newtons. I'm probably gonna go to bed. Maybe. I don't know. But, yeah, join the Discord. I'm gonna edit this and get it on Patreon. You get early access. It's only $1 a month on Patreon if you want to support there. It's pretty dope. Would love if you did that. It's like $1 a month or like $10.80 or something for a year, which is kind of sweet. I think it's a pretty good deal. Follow me on Insta. Follow me on Twitter. Yeah, join the Discord. I mean, sometimes you kind of need to follow on social media so you can get notifications when stuff comes out, because YouTube is not the best at notifying people, but if you would be so inclined, please be sure to hit that bell icon to be notified of all videos. It really helps me when you guys watch the videos as soon as it comes out, because it kind of like lets YouTube know that subscribers are into it, so then it suggests it out to other people. You know, that's kind of like how that works, it seems like. So if you can watch it as soon as you can, would love that. But, you know, obviously watch it at your own convenience. No worries either way. Otherwise, I will be back, or this video will be out tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Keep an eye out for that. And I'll be back streaming Thursday night. So thank you for hanging out, guys. Thank you for your generosity and kindness and just being good people. Loving each other. Loving me. I really appreciate that. Love you guys. And have an amazing evening, or morning rather.